fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, October 21st, 2025 meeting. I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Supervisor Klein. Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Norvell.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Go ahead.
Here.
All right. So we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Could you please rise? Join me. Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so today's going to be a little bit different. I know some people are here for specific items, but we are going to take public expression for items not on the agenda, and then we are going to go into closed session, and then we are going to come back no earlier than 10 o'clock, and the Potter Valley project, item 4B, will be heard at 11 o'clock. So I hope that makes sense to people. So we will start now with public expression.
Good morning, Dee Pallison. In my continued investigation into your response to the grand jury's June 2025 report on planning and building services, I submitted a PRA request to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. Per the Health and Safety Code section 17958.2b states, quote, in adopting ordinances or regulations for limited density owner-built rural dwellings, a city or county may make any changes or modifications in the requirements contained in Title 25, Section 8 of the California Code of Regulations, that it determines are reasonably necessary because of local conditions if the city or county files a copy of the changes or modifications and the express findings for the changes or modifications with the department. No change or modification of that type shall become effective or operative for any purpose until the finding and the change or modification has been filed with the department. My PRA request to HCD, the department referenced above, asked if Mendocino County submitted the ordinance amendments enacted in 2018, number 4404, and in 2023, number 4526, related to limited density owner-built rural dwellings. According to the response I received from HCD, no records exist. In my world, that would intimate that those two ordinances were not submitted to the state as required. To clarify and repeat, no change or modification of that type shall become effective or operative for any purpose until the finding and the change or modification has been filed with the department. Once again, Planning and Building Services is choosing to break the law. If they can't or won't follow this very simple, clear, and direct piece of law, how can we trust that they are acting in the best interests of the residents of Mendocino County? I looked up California Government Code 25303 after the DA's office mentioned it at the last meeting. It states, quote, the Board of Supervisors shall supervise the official conduct of all county officers. We need you to engage and to invest in fixing what is wrong with our county government. I'm going to leave this with you so you can see my response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There.
Supervisor Williams?
I think there's a conversation that needs to be had here, and I appreciate we have somebody basically doing the county's business, researching on their own time. And I don't want it to just be a public expression and we say thank you. I think there needs to be some process to follow up. What do you think would be the appropriate process?
Do you have an idea, Supervisor
Well,
Williams?
maybe suggesting we get the planning director and council to meet with the individual, look over paperwork she has from the state. A supervisor or two could be there and just try to make progress. I think we all want to do what's proper. And I don't think any of us will be surprised if we find there's a legacy in this county where we simply didn't know and we weren't following the rules perfectly.
Would it be appropriate to have the ad hoc that worked on the report?
I think it's a question for council, but ad hocs usually have limited scope.
Charlotte Scott County Council, that ad hoc was disbanded after the conclusion of the report. What I would recommend, we're an internal service department, so I'm not going to be able to meet with members of the public and give advice to my client necessarily, but I can meet with my client and give advice. And I think the appropriate contact to start with would be just direction to planning and building to follow up, work with council, and report back to the board if you would like.
That works for me.
Okay. Are we in agreement on that? Okay, very good. Okay, so any other public expression?
Good morning. My name's Helen Sizemore. I live in Ukiah. I have two things to suggest to the board. First of all, I think that there's public opinion that agrees that we should divide the auditor job and the treasurer job that you consolidated a few years ago. It doesn't seem appropriate. It seems like we need to have those two offices separated. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the public service of the DA. He's a public servant. We should be able to meet with him. I have attempted to do that. I've gone to the office at the first floor of the courthouse, and he has people there who telephone to his office. He has a secretary that has never responded to my phone calls, and I've never been able to meet with him. So I think that you are his boss, basically. Who is his boss? How can he not meet with the public if they want to meet with him? He's an elected official.
Well, I think the key, and I think Supervisor Williams will probably say that he's an elected official.
So that means what?
So the boss is the public.
The public. So how do I get to, how do I get in to be with somebody who is an elected official if all of his people do not respond? It's a question. I'm sure I'm not the only one that has a desire to meet with him and is not successful. So I'm just bringing that to your attention. I don't know who else to talk to. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, Ms. Sizemore, have you attended or gone to the DA's office and tried to meet with him in person?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I've gone to the courthouse. His office is on the 3rd floor, and the office where you meet his people is on the 1st floor. And there's, I don't know what, even if I went to the 3rd floor, I don't even know which door is his. And it's not accessible to me. He's got a lot of gates. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any further public expression in the chambers? Seeing none. Any online?
We have one online. Adina Flores.
Good morning, board. I did not see this item agendized, so I'm sharing my comments on non-agenda items. As local agencies take positions on Proposition 50, I implore you to leave the advocacy and decision-making to the voters. Taking a stance on Prop 50 presents political polarity, and local representatives should remain nonpartisan in their respective roles. Passing Prop 50 will negatively affect Mendocino County's tribal lands by weakening rural and tribal representation in Congress. The measure would replace independently drawn district maps with ones created by the legislature, potentially merging Mendocino with urban areas that have different priorities. This shift could reduce tribal government's access to responsive lawmakers who understand their unique needs, such as land sovereignty, environmental planning, and federal funding. If Mendocino County is redistricted into a more urban-centric district, local and tribal voices advocating for environmental restoration, water rights, and community protections may be diluted regarding the Potter Valley Dam decommissioning. This could affect how federal agencies and lawmakers prioritize funding oversight, and support for the dam removal and its associated environmental and economic impacts. As private citizens, I encourage you to please vote no on Proposition 50 and to refrain from taking a unanimous stance as a governing body. Please take this into consideration during your discussions regarding the Potter Valley Dam decommissioning today in the later agenda. Thank you and God bless you.
All right. Any other comment online?
Seeing none.
Okay, so if I could just state again that we are going to go into closed session and we will hear all the items no sooner than 10 a.m. And the Potter Valley project item will come up at 11 a.m. All right. And so the board will now adjourn to closed session to hear item 6C. The board will reconvene no earlier than 10 a.m. Are there any public comments on item 6C? Okay, seeing none in the chambers. Any online?
Seeing none.
All right.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazard page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
So reporting out of closed session, there's nothing to report. Going on to the consent calendar, item 3, So the Board of Supervisors will go into recess for item 3E and will convene as the Board of Directors of the Air Quality Management District. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors does not receive any additional compensation or stipend for acting as the board of the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. Okay, any comments on item 3E from the board? Okay, any public comment? Okay, I'm looking for a motion on item 3E.
Through the chair, if I may, just to confirm, there was no public comment online.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Supervisor Klein.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Okay, the directors will now recess as, oh, we need to vote. Okay. Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the directors will now recess as the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Okay, we're looking at the rest of the consent calendar. Okay, seeing no comments from the board, we'll look for public comment on the consent calendar except for item 3E. Okay, seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, looking for a motion, Supervisor Williams.
Move approval of consent.
Okay,
Second.
all right, and we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. We'll move on to item 4A, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational report from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Okay, item 4A. Okay.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Denise Parker for Department of Social Services. It's hard to believe it's been nearly a year since I began this journey with the Department of Social Services. 1 year ago, all our top leadership positions were filled on an acting basis. Today, those roles are permanent. Our leadership team is mission focused, and we are steadily moving forward with renewed direction and stability. On January 31st, 2025, all social services divisions open their lobbies to the public on Fridays. This decision was made in direct response to community feedback and has significantly increased access to essential services. Over the past year, we've conducted several staff surveys to better understand operational challenges and opportunities. These surveys guided the development of new policies and procedures designed to improve efficiency, consistency, and equity across the department. Since that time, we have implemented 6 procedures as a department and 3 procedures currently awaiting human resources review. These updates create clearer expectations, stronger accountability, and more equitable practices across all divisions at all levels. Within Family and Children's Services, we continue to make meaningful progress towards compliance training and quality improvement. We are currently under contract with the state to complete quarterly case reviews. Our first review was completed, and we will be reviewing the results in November. CDSS has begun the next quarter case review, which will be completed January 15th, 2026. FCS has restructured its compliance and quality assurance unit to better monitor our county's performance, ensure compliance with state and federal mandates, and provide staff training and technical assistance for continuous quality improvement. Our system improvement plan is due April 2026, and we're on track and have already completed our county self-assessment, our community partner engagement sessions, our listening sessions with the tribes, foster parents, biological parents, and youth. We've completed our peer review process. We continue to focus on staff development, education, and training. We've established MOUs with local universities to build a sustainable professional pipeline. We currently have 9 FCS staff who hold master's degrees or higher. with 2 being licensed. 5 additional staff are enrolled in master social work programs. 6 more social workers are pursuing or preparing for higher educational programs. I have also begun supervising practicum students to support our training efforts. We're also utilizing our experienced team to share knowledge, mentor, train, and cross-train our staff. During listening sessions with our social workers, shared challenges around role clarity across social worker levels. Most of our neighboring counties utilize different caseload sizes for lower level positions, ensuring equitable caseloads. Our goal is to staff units based on experience, training, and best practice standards to maintain quality and decrease burnout, which will result in retainment of staff and stabilize our team. Based on our current case volume, we need approximately 31 to 35 full-time social workers. We currently have 28. I also have data summary showing the continued improvement in FCS family stabilization outcomes, a decrease in children entering the foster care system, and an increase in timely reunifications, all indicators of stronger family preservation efforts. Now I want to touch on and turn to our budget, and specifically our in-home supportive services. My focus today regarding our budget is specifically around the IHSS maintenance of effort. Over the past year, the Department of Social Services has deleted 42 positions and terminated or reduced multiple contracts to align with fiscal realities. In October 2024, the board approved continuing the $1 wage supplement for IHSS providers and adding an additional $1.81 supplement, resulting in IHSS providers earning $2.81 above the minimum wage. Mendocino County now ranks 10th highest in IHSS provider pay statewide. The county's IHSS MOE continues to cause a hardship within our budget. For fiscal year 25-26, IHSS MOE is projected at $8.1 million. There was a 12.71% increase in fiscal year 24-25 and an additional 6.74% increase in fiscal year 25-26. Our 1991 realignment revenue remains essentially flat with a slight decline projected at $12.75 million for fiscal year 25-26. Of this $12.7 million, $8.1 million is required for the IHSS MOE. The remainder must cover the cost plan, which is around $2.7 million, and then go into CalWorks, which will still leave a funding gap in that budget unit. Historically, the county general fund has been budgeted to contribute to meeting these essential obligations, thus allowing a small amount of the 91 realignment funds to be used to support critical staffing needs, especially in family and children's services. With all this, the IHSS program continues to grow. In fiscal year 22-23, we had 1,690 providers serving 1,877 clients. We currently have 2,320 providers serving 2,433 clients. At this time, I'm not requesting to hire positions, as the IHSS MOE impact currently limits our hiring capacity without additional county general fund support. Our fiscal and leadership teams are actively working through budget modeling and projections with the executive office, and we continue to explore every available option. We're scheduled to meet with the ad hoc committee on October 27th. With the support of the ad hoc committee and the executive office over the next 2 weeks, I'm hoping to collaboratively develop a solution for the funding need of our growing IHSS MOU costs that creates the least possible impact on the county general fund, while still making sure that we have adequate staff to ensure the safety and well-being of our community's vulnerable children and seniors. I look forward to bringing back a request to approve our budgeted positions on November 4th. In closing, I remain deeply concerned about the impact of the state and federal budget's reductions and changes to operation, especially around our mandated services and with our limited staffing capacity. However, I am very proud of the progress the department has made over the past year, stabilizing leadership, improving operations, and strengthening our services for Mendocino County residents. Our staff continue to demonstrate incredible dedication, professionalism, and teamwork, even during these times of change. Thank you for your continued support and partnership as we navigate these changes and continue moving forward.
Right. Thank you for that report, and we appreciate the work being done in social services, and we look forward to finding solutions to some of these problems that are coming from within and, the bigger world of finance. Supervisor Williams.
Will the proposal on November 4th include the 6% reduction in county general fund impact? Just throwing it out there now rather than bringing it up at that meeting, that in order to reach a balanced budget, we need all departments to live within means.
So we'll be discussing that with the ad hoc. However, a 6% reduction to our budget or a 6% reduction to the general fund?
The general fund impact. I'm not concerned if it's state dollars that are funding state social security positions or social services positions, but we can't see an increase in general fund impact. And I'd rather bring that up now so that we're setting expectations of what comes back on the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, there's very limited general fund. There's certain areas in her program that general fund has to pay for. It's just 2 programs, right? Maybe 3. But the big general fund dollars were removed from their budget over, I'm going to say 23, 24, 24, 25. So at this point, it's very limited number.
Same question holds for realignment. I mean, in other words, what I'm asking is preemptively, rather than that proposal come forward on the 4th and Williams asks the CEO, can we afford this? And CEO, has her eyes open big. I'd like some discussion behind the scenes and assurance at that meeting that we're within our means.
Absolutely. We'll go into more depth next week with the ad hoc and then on the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair and Board, quick update. My 22 COP report is in the process of being formatted. I do have all the numbers for that one and pretty well in 3. We did a real big realignment of the data and some numbers. We're seeing a 23% increase for 2022. I'll just give you our total crop value was 261,457. I said that right? And that's an increase of over the year before in 2021 was just 200 million. Sorry, let me get my zeros right. $261 million, and that was an increase over 2021 by 61 million. So I'm going to have an update. We're in the process of just sort of getting the pictures. So hopefully by November 4th, I will have a completed crop report and everything for anyone. If anyone has any photos that they'd love to send, I'm still working on the cover for that one, but I'd love any input that way, and I look forward to seeing you on the 4th. I see you have quite a busy schedule, but I appreciate you, and again, I just wanted to keep up to you since I kind of was hoping I'd have it by this board member, but next on the 4th.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair Hashtag, members of the board, Shamice Covison, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. It remains my professional opinion that the offices of the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector should be independent offices elected by the people. It is also the professional opinion of my colleagues throughout the state. Over the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to attend the conferences of the California State Association of County Auditors, as well as the California Association of Treasurer Tax Collectors, and their regional meetings, as well as be a part of their online forums. And those members all agree with the separation of those offices. I do understand there are some circumstances where those offices are combined, but I'm here today to make it known to the board and the public that I fully support and request this board take the necessary steps to repeal the ordinance that was enacted in 2021, which combined the offices of the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and to call for an election in 2026 for the elected, separate, independent offices of the Auditor, Controller, and Treasurer Tax. You will not be alone in taking these steps. I want to make sure you're aware that Lassen County recently did take these steps. They had consolidated their offices, and in April of 2024, they did pass such a repealing ordinance in order to separate those offices and call for an election in 2026 of separate offices before the voters. It is my understanding that in order for this to take place, you will need to pass a new ordinance, which will require 2 board meetings, and these actions must take place before the end of the calendar year in order for those offices to be separated in time for the next election. So I implore you to please take this action as soon as possible and have an item come back before you in November and December. And that's all I have for today. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, just out of curiosity, is this idea in forecasting? Is anyone working on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do believe that the board needs to give direction to staff at this point to come back with an item. And I do, based on the action taken place in Lassen, it does not appear to be very complicated in order to draft that ordinance to repeal the action, have it come back. But it does need to happen either at the November 18th and the December meeting or some other combination of 2 meetings. And I'm aware at this point, I believe you only have 3 meetings remaining.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so so first of all, I support that idea. And my only concern is the timeline, and CEO, maybe you can help me here, but I believe when the offices were consolidated, it was pointed out that the board didn't take the necessary steps of, I might have the term wrong, but it was a risk analysis. So before moving forward with that, I think it would be prudent to try and get that done instead of making the same mistake twice. I would be happy to, if the chair so sees, work on an ad hoc committee to see if we can get that done and get it done in a timely manner.
Yeah, and that's something that I've been working on, and I've been in communication with Ms. Cubison, and if you want to work with me on it, that's great.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just for clarity, has the chair formed an ad hoc with Supervisors Hascheck and Norvell?
I guess we can declare this an ad hoc. Okay. All right. So any other department heads? Okay, seeing none in the chamber.
Through the chair, if I may, for the record, can I please get a restatement of the scope of the ad hoc?
The ad hoc, Supervisor Norvell.
Yes, to prepare a risk analysis on the idea of, I guess, uncombining the 2 offices as requested by Ms. Cubison.
And I think looking at the process for bringing it back to the board. Okay. So, any public comment on item 4A?
Teresa McNerlin. I'm in support of returning the 2 offices to how they were prior to consolidation. It was a mistake, and we know it was a mistake. It was misguided. The prior board here followed some staff direction, and mistakes happen. I remember 20 years ago working for HHSA, thinking that was going to be a great money saver, and it wasn't. Fresno dismantled it. We dismantled it. It wasn't a good idea, right? Health and Human Services Agency, where everything was under a roof. And I don't want this. I haven't seen this as an agenda item from the board before, returning these to 2 separate offices. I'm talking about the auditor controller and the tax collectors and 2 separate elected officials. And so you're saying that you've been working with Shamise in pushing this forward. I haven't seen it come before this board as an item. I haven't heard any board members talk about this in public. And I think forming a committee is great, but I think you need to put some deadlines on that to make sure things happen. The Mendocino County Republican Central Committee, the Mendocino County Democrat Central Committee, the Mendocino Farm Bureau, every organization wants these to be two separate offices with two separate elected officials for the utmost accountability. And I don't want to see this board drag their feet on that. I think it's okay to accept that a mistake was made in consolidating them. And I think we should just own up to it and take a path and say, yes, we made a mistake, and fix that mistake. Thank you.
Good morning. Still morning. I'm Carrie Vaught, and I do want to speak. I'm as a citizen of this community, a business owner, and a taxpayer. I urge you to support separating the tax collector auditor's office. This, I think, is just common sense, in my opinion, of transparency. You also have had the state of California Controller's Office that did an audit on you that suggested that this happened. I'd like to bring that back to your attention. Also, you've had the grand jury that has also suggested that this could help you with having issues that arise, including the transparency that's needed. So I will urge you strongly to please go back to two separate offices with elected officials. Thank you.
Hey, we appreciate those comments, and certainly this will be brought up in a future board meeting for comment as an agenda item.
Julie Golden. So Chair Hashak and supervisors, I strongly encourage you as a board to repeal the decision you made in 2021. The elected officials like the treasurer and tax collector and auditor in our county government provide a layer of independence and direct public accountability that we deserve, and they should be separate offices. The elected structure promotes checks and balances, reducing the risk of undue influence from the county executives or board of supervisors, as well as fostering democratic accountability in our financial roles. I understand time is of the essence, Supervisor Hashak, and I really believe action needs to be taken before the end of this year, and the supervisors your ad hoc committee needs to really strongly review that, because it probably is a two-step action that you have to bring it forward and then you have to vote on it. So it will be in place for the next election cycle. So I strongly encourage you to not just think about this, but to take action immediately on this and separate these two positions. Thank you.
Good morning, Estelle Clifton. Chairman Haschek, Board of Supervisors, thank you for your attention this morning. I wanted to also speak in favor of putting the two offices back into two elected roles. As discussed with the other speakers, this should move forward into the next agenda that you have so that you can meet the June election timeline. And thank you for forming an ad hoc to look at that. There's not the efficiency in those offices. They're separate roles. The chairs, the heads of those departments have been working department heads. And as in other departments that have been consolidated, the different roles maybe lack the same attention, but in the case of this fiscal office combining, you lose that checks and balances. So it's even more important, and the many organizations that were listed there have spoken on this before the, back into time. I've followed this issue, and the public has again and again had the same request of the board. So I hope that you will take the timeline seriously and do your work, and I look forward to maybe next meeting that being the agenda item. So thank you for your time.
Right. Seeing no further comments in the chambers, any online?
We have one online, Adam Gaska.
Good morning, Chair Hashak, Board, and County staff. Adam Gaska, Mendocino County Farm Bureau.
I just wanted to reiterate Mendocino County Farm Bureau's support of separating the two offices back into two elected offices, and really urge you to move forward with a recommendation by acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and as soon as is legally possible to bring this measure forward and return the offices to being elected offices. Thank you.
Any further online comment?
Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear with everyone that the agenda item I proposed, there wasn't time on the next meeting's calendar, and so it would be at November 18th at the earliest. But we do understand that there are time considerations, so to get it on the ballot and everything. Okay, moving on to item 4B, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors regarding the Potter Valley project and the loss of water supply reliability. So this is from Supervisors Klein and Supervisor Norvell. Okay.
All right, thank you. So before the board today is a resolution aimed at prompting a board level and community level discussion about what the Potter Valley project means for Mendocino County. This resolution was written with the intention of honoring the work that's been done, as well as the community's desires, and balancing those two things. I believe this conversation is long overdue. Our structure, having a JPA to advocate for our water needs, has led to fractured conversations with our community. But the community wants to have the conversation, and I think that's clear from having a packed room. And they want to have that conversation here. Our community deserves representation that is willing to have tough conversations. And today that conversation is about what is at stake for the Potter Valley project and the loss of water supply reliability. Our communities have been built and predicated on the water coming through the project for over 100 years. Without this water, we are looking at harm to our residents, agriculture, property values, and the long-term health of our region. Our communities have been struggling, and this could be the final nail in our coffin. Today, I hope we can acknowledge where the community is at with their fears, their concerns of our constituents, and build trust that we will advocate for their well-being and safety. Too much is at risk, and we must be willing to work together at this time of need.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot to add to what Supervisor Klein laid out there, but it's, I think the most important parts were that what you have in front of you today is a resolution that supports the community that is against the decommissioning of the dams, as well as the work that's been done for the alternative. So and then as well as finally giving the residents of Mendocino County the opportunity to come in front of their board and tell them how they feel about both ends of it. And that's really what's important for me today. So I personally look forward to hearing from each and every one of you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a question. Of course, I support water security. I think it's one of the largest problems the county is facing. So I'm with the people on the concern. As I was reading the proposed resolution, the part about calling on PG&E to reevaluate its decision to seek decommissioning, my understanding is that the action they took under the FERC is irrevocable. So I'm not clear what we're asking. Are we asking them to try to reevaluate and revoke something that's irrevocable, or are we getting at a different action they may take? What does it mean exactly?
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I think it's trying to open the door to have the conversation with PG&E as much as possible. I've had individual conversations with the CEO of PG&E and many of their staff, and I've heard conflicting information about what they're willing to do in terms of entering the FERC process, sale of the project, and I think that that's something that continue to have the conversation. I understand the concern around that language, hearing this morning from some of our stakeholders and partners. The intent of that was not to pause what is already happening, but to continue a conversation that should have taken place many years ago.
Supervisor Williams.
So that's That's not exactly responsive to my concern. My concern is I think we may be asking a private industry entity to do something that isn't possible for them to do. And I just don't know how effective. What I want to see is a plan for water security. Don't shut off water to a community. Of course, we care about ag, and of course, we care about domestic water use. Is this the most effective path? I attached a resolution that softens it a little bit, which I would appreciate if the board would read. Maybe if we have a break, you could all read it. But I guess what I'm getting at is I don't think there's opposition to water security. There's some confusion about what is our best path forward as a board to advocate for these people. And I don't know the answer today. Well, I am worried about unanticipated consequences. And maybe this is the right approach, maybe it's not. Maybe it actually hurts the very people we're trying to protect. So I'm curious, has there been a conversation with other stakeholders? Is there general agreement? Does IWPC agree with this approach? Has there been work with PG&E, our state or federal representatives, to make sure that we're not starting down a path that actually backfires and we're worse off than where we are today?
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I think those are good questions, but I don't think asking that particular question that's in the resolution is a bad thing. I mean, is it going to solve the problem? Maybe, maybe not, but I'm certainly not afraid to ask the question. As far as the other resolution that got attached today, I mean, I have read it, and one part that I struggle with is now there be it further resolved that consistent with the water diversion agreement, the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors supports PG&E's application to surrender its license with FERC and to decommission and remove Scott and Cape Horn dams. That I'm a hard no on.
I guess I have a question for the makers of the original resolution, and I've read Supervisor Williams' resolution. You know, if we had a meeting on May 29th of all the entities from the IWPC, and at that point the consensus of all the parties was to support the IWPC's the processes that they're going through. And part of that was the decommissioning of the dams and to work for this NERF, the new eel Russian facility. And so how does that play into what we've committed? Because we're committing $85,000 a year for the IWPC. You're our representative on the IWPC. IWPC's position is to continue with these negotiations with the decommissioning of the dam. So how does that fit with a hard no on decommissioning?
Well, I think that Supervisor Norvell can speak for himself. I can speak for myself. I will say that something that's been missing in this process has been an acknowledgement of where the community is at. And I think the conversation today is really geared towards a venue for conversation, not a meeting with no public attendance to have a conversation about what's going on. And it might very well be that this position is not a change necessarily of the direction that's going with IWPC, but a community conversation about where we're at and what is at stake to join us together and make sure that the board understands where the community is at. Because for several years, that conversation has not happened. And I would really strongly recommend that sooner than later, we open the floor for that community conversation to take place.
Okay. And so let's just be clear. Supervisor Williams, you've attached an alternate resolution. And you ask for time for people to read it?
I'm happy to open the floor. I mean, this is Supervisor Klein's agenda item, and it's for community, so I'm not going to get in the way on the flow. But I'm just putting out at the very beginning, I want water security. I want to protect ag best we can. I don't know the pathway to get there. And I'm worried about unanticipated consequences, that the county takes a stronger stance and then we find we've burned bridges with partners and we're worse off than where we began. I think that there's a potential of that outcome. So I think it's really important to start the conversation, to hear from the people. Strikes me as a little bit more research is in order and working with partners before we start down any specific path. I'm curious, Supervisor Klein, what she thinks of that.
I have a different question. Supervisor Williams, is your concern with the original resolution that has been public for more than a couple hours, is your concern with that language simply the line that asks PG&E to reconsider decommissioning? Or is there additional considerations because the language was purposefully written to balance the concerns of not only our community that's here in the room, but the work that's been done outside with our partners?
My concern is having a strategy, and I'm not, from this resolution, I'm not able to connect the dots on the strategy to protect the water. I understand that we're objecting to what's happening, but I don't know if it leaves us in any better position than we are today. It may actually leave us in a worse position.
I'm not sure how we can be in a worse position by allowing the community the opportunity to speak their piece.
No, I'm not concerned about a forum to speak. I'm just talking about the resolution. And I'm curious if the two authors have put thought into that and evaluated. You know, the previous item we were talking about doing a risk assessment before we take action. That's what I'm bringing up here. And I don't know what the risk would be, and I don't know that the outcome would be worse, but I'm just suggesting that we should have a risk assessment to make sure we're not actually injuring a community that we're claiming to protect.
If the concern is losing momentum with PG&E and what has been negotiated with them, my conversations with PG&E over the last 72 plus hours have been that they understand that this conversation needs to take place and that they're not going off course from what they've been working on. Those have been my conversations with different individuals of their company. Nothing is a guarantee in this world.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I think a simple answer to that question is if this resolution, if passed by the board, upsets the FERC and PG&E so much that they decide to pull the alternative, we never stood a chance with the alternative. So this resolution does not scare me one bit, and you know, I don't know how much effect it's going to have other than, like Supervisor Klein said, all of the people that came here today finally get to come up in front of the Board of Supervisors and tell us exactly how they feel.
All right, seeing no further comments from the board, we'll go on to public comment.
Good morning again. Duncan James. I represent a number of plaintiffs in a case called Lamalfa versus PG&E. It's a lawsuit filed against PG&E to prohibit them from removing the dam. And the basis of that prohibition is riparian rights. I'm sure there's not a board member here that understands the difference between riparian appropriative rights. And then when I say pre-1914 riparian rights, you don't know what that means. Or post-14 riparian rights, you don't know what that means. Or if I say pre-September 9th, 1850 riparian rights, you have no idea what that means. You even know that right now you are sitting in the Yoquea Rancho, a Mexican land grant from 1845. And the laws are different as it relates to Mexican land grants. And the authority of the State Board of Water Quality, Water Quality Resources Control Board, to regulate riparian land. In fact, they have no power to regulate pre-1914 riparian or appropriative land. Make it simple for you. Riparian means your land is on the river, or it's on the creek, or it's on the stream, dry or not dry. So when we get to dry or not dry, I brought some things in here that you can have copies of if you'd like. It's pretty self-explanatory. But I start out asking you a very simple question. Do you know how many cubic feet are in a bucket, a 5-gallon bucket? Or how many cubic feet are in a box that's 1 by 1 by 1? Or have you ever turned on the faucet in your bathroom and it seems like it takes forever to fill the basin? Well, for an idea of a cubic foot, it would take your kitchen faucet 4 minutes and 9 seconds to pour out 1 cubic foot of water. And that's at the rate of 1.8 gallons per minute. It would take your bathroom faucet 6 minutes and 14 seconds to pour out 1 cubic foot of water. Why is that important? I have before you copies, if you care to look at them, a topographical map and the flow in the West Fork of the Russian River for the last 10 years. August, beginning of 2013, 0, 0, 0, 0.029, 0, 1.44, and so on. This tells you what the situation is.
Chair Haschek, Board of Supervisors. My name's John Almeida. My family moved here in 1911, about when these dams were being built. If you haven't done so, maybe you ought to look at the Willits Weekly. Cal Trout put a report in there of how great that the Klamath River is doing. And they're even up and over and into the Klamath Lake. But they don't tell you that there's a dam there with a fish ladder that works. They don't tell you that. One of the problems we got in this area is between Potter Valley and south of Fortuna, the illegal dope grows are polluting and killing the fish. If you don't believe me, there's a video you can watch. It's called The River's Last Chance. You can get that video either on YouTube or from the Willis Library. Let's say we do tear these dams out, and there should be an and or. If they can't find anybody, and I think that the Army Corps of Engineers should be able to take that over. But if they don't want to take it over, you know, the State California Water Resources Board do have dam projects, so they could take that over. But if they don't, we got to be flexible enough to go, okay, so we got to take them out. But the transfer station has to go in. And what I've been finding out from going to these meetings, that it's 2 projects. PG&E put that in there. There's a reason they put that in there. 2 projects instead of 1, there's more chance that you fail. If it's 1 project and you get the funding for that transfer station from PG&E as a loan, it gets paid back with interest. Why can't they do that at $50 million when they can fund $500 million to tear it all out? And who's it going to go on? Our backs as ratepayers. So there's a reason you tie this together as 1 project so it doesn't fail. If you have it as separate project, it's going to fail because the dewatering process done at Van Arsdale is going to have a short window of period of time. And if you don't have that funding in place, you're out of luck. And when I ask the environmental community about it, they say, oh, well, and I guess you don't get it. You know what that means? That tells me, what the deuce with you, Mendocino County? That's what it tells me from these people from Humboldt County that come down here that want to tear out our resource. Tear out Mad River and see how the people in Eureka, tear that dam out, see how the people in Eureka and Arcata like it. They'll run them out on a rail. We can have fish, but you got to get rid of the illegal dope grows. We're not going to have them. You can tear these dams out, and with these illegal dope grows, we're still going to have pollution in the river, and we're not going to have fish. We can have both, but we got to work smartly on this. Lots of stuff I had to say today, and I haven't had time. Work on it diligently. Get the people wake up around here. Cloverdale did. They're raising hell down there. They're tired of this crap. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm reading this statement as approved by the Mendo Matters Board of Directors. First, we want to commend Supervisors Klein and Norvell for crafting such a clear, common sense resolution for your consideration today. Frankly, it's hard to believe that we're even in this position. We should be building more water storage infrastructure, not tearing it down, especially in an era defined by drought, wildfire, and the undeniable challenges of changing climate. Reliable water is not a luxury, it's the lifeblood of our communities, our economy, and our safety. For nearly a century, the water from Lake Pillsbury has supported the livelihoods of people throughout Mendocino, Lake, Sonoma, and Marin counties. It sustains homes, farms, industries, and schools. It protects public health and safety. Entire communities have been built around this dependable source of water. And now some would have us dismantle this essential resource. For what? To save the fish? Let's call it what it is, a politically motivated move designed to appease bureaucrats like Congressman Huffman and Governor Newsom and to satisfy special interest groups such as Trout Unlimited, California Trout, the Sierra Club, and others. Let's be honest, this is fish before people. It's an exchange of promises and political favors made at the expense of over 600,000 residents from here to Marin County, including Lake County. This is not environmental stewardship. This is reckless politics disguised as progress. The so-called two-basin solution is anything but a solution. It's a patchwork of what-ifs and hypotheticals full of uncertainty and empty of guarantees. There is no concrete plan, no committed funding, and no assurance that our communities will continue to have the water we depend on. Once the dams are gone, the water is gone, and with it, so go our livelihoods, our agriculture, our local economies, and the very stability of Mendocino County. Is this what we want for our future? Is this what we're willing to accept? A plan built on speculation instead of sciences and promises instead of performances? We don't believe any of you or the citizens you represent would knowingly accept that. It's unfathomable, it's incomprehensible, and it's entirely lacking common sense. Your own mission statement, Board of Supervisors, says, to create and maintain a responsive and responsible government that enhances the quality of life for the people of Mendocino County. Today, you have the opportunity to live up to that mission to protect the people, property, and prosperity of this county by standing up for reason, responsibility, and reality. So I urge each of you, and Ted, you too.
Thank you for the chance to speak with you today. My name is Tom Schoeneman. I live in Redwood Valley. I'm on the Redwood Valley County Water Board. I'm on the IWPC Council, and I am a chairman of the Executive Water Board, which is the consolidation of our water districts. So I know what I'm talking about somewhat. I've spent 10 years doing this stuff, and it's a time-consuming volunteer, only because, and we're all volunteers, and we do this because we give a damn. And somebody else, we have to do this. You got to learn how the water works, where it comes from, where it goes, who's going to get it. And that's a long, long process. That's why we can't get off these boards. I'd love to stay home, but nobody knows this stuff like our board members. So we stick around because it's our duty for the greater good and to watch what's going on here. I'm here today to say that you should adopt a resolution that helps this county move forward, not a resolution that moves us backwards. As my friends and fellow board members know, I have been really critical of some of the early work that was done by the IWPC and its consultants. I just didn't understand why we were spending so much money on these processes when we just needed to get PG&E to keep operating the PVP. But over time, I grew to understand that we couldn't make PG&E operate PVP. Everyone knows that I'm not a fan of PG&E. Just because I'm not a fan of PG doesn't mean that I think I have the power to make an investor-owner private company keep running a project for the benefit that is making them lose millions of dollars every year. So once we accept that we don't have the ability to control PG&E, then we can turn to trying to actually do something for our community. For IWPC, that's been building relationships with Sonoma Water Agency and folks from other sides of the hill along the Eel River so that everyone can agree and we can keep the diverting the water we need. Because without that agreement from the two basins, PG&E isn't going to take sides and we're the ones to lose out. That is why IWPC negotiated and signed the water diversion agreement to ensure that the water can continue to flow into our communities, even when PG&E gets permission from FERC to decommission the project. My biggest concern is that if our community sends a mixed message to our support for the NERF, New Eel Russian facility, which allows us to divert water after decommissioning, we could end up pissing off some of those people that we've negotiated with. I don't want the County of Humboldt or Trout Unlimited to come back and try to renegotiate the deal and make it harder for us. I don't want the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which has pledged $9 million to help us finance the new diversion facility and to change its minds. I just want to continue with this work. The Round Indian Valley Tribe.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Bales. I'm the director of the Redwood chapter of the Sierra Club. Our membership goes from the North Bay all the way to the Oregon border and contains both the entire Eel River watershed and the entire Russian River watershed. I live in Ukiah between two tributaries of the Russian, Gibson Creek and Ore Creek, on northern Pomo land. The Redwood chapter also contains the mid and lower sections of the Klamath River, which is seeing improved water quality and numbers of salmon returning beyond even the most optimistic projections just 1 year after dam removal there. The Redwood chapter supports dam removal in the Eel River. I spent years before I was at the Sierra Club as a community journalist interviewing everyone I could to try to understand the Potter Valley project. It's very complicated. I followed the negotiations closely when Congressman Huffman convened the two-basin working group that met in good faith and made difficult compromises on both sides to find a solution that communities on both sides of the diversion could live with. When PG&E announced their intention to divest from the Potter Valley project, there was a serious effort to form a new entity to keep the dams in place after the hydroelectric project was retired. There would be a significant increase to the cost of water to every user along the Russian side, but even then, the numbers didn't come close to penciling out. As a reporter, after I turned off my microphone, local officials would tell me with certainty that the dams were coming out and everyone knew it. This was years ago. The first time it happened, I was shocked. They wouldn't say it on the record. I guess it was too politically unpopular, but they knew. Everyone knew. The dams are too old and expensive to be maintained for PG&E or anyone else. As a member of this community, it really bothered me. There are people in Potter Valley and out in Lake Pillsbury who will lose when the dams come down. They're facing changes to their way of life, and that matters. Their loss should be factored into the negotiations with PG&E, and they should be made whole, or as whole as possible, in the planning for dam removal. But that can't happen as long as our leaders won't tell the truth that the dams are coming out, and instead keep pretending there's some way to keep the Potter Valley project in place. The community needs real, honest leadership as we go through this historic dam removal process. We need to understand why the project as it exists is the real threat to the reliable diversion, because of the likelihood that the outflow valve on Scott Dam will irreparably fail and stop all water releases indefinitely. We need knowledgeable and accurate information about plans for the new Eel Russian facility or the NERF, this redesigned diversion, and how it protects fish and water users. Potter Valley needs their voices heard about their concerns to the impacts on their access and costs for water, and this should inform real planning for water infrastructure in Potter. Resolutions like this one before you are a distraction from the work we need to do together to make sure our community members don't bear the brunt of PG&E's business decisions. Supervisor Klein and others, the Sierra Club will be happy to help with this effort. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Janet Pauley. I'm chair of the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission,
As you all know, the Joint Powers Authority, whose member agencies include the County of Mendocino Water Agency, and you sit on that board, the City of Ukiah, Potter Valley, Redwood Valley County Water District, and the Russian River Flood Control District. I'm speaking in opposition to the resolution before you because adoption of this language will harm all the good work that's been accomplished with our partners to help secure our local water supply. On September 16th, you received a letter from IWPC discussing our concerns in more detail than I can cover right now. Looking around this room, I would guess that over 90% of the people here are in some way impacted by the Potter Valley Project's diversion of water from the Eel River. Most of the people in this room also know that PG&E is decommissioning the project because it is no longer economically viable. PG&E's initial statement was that decommissioning would result in the removal of all of the project's infrastructure. However, a coalition of stakeholders, including IWPC, agreed on a concept for a new diversion called the New Eel Russian Facility, or NERF. PG&E in July included the NERF project in their final license surrender plan that was filed with FERC. The importance of this collaboration cannot be understated. The collaboration, coupled with a durable water diversion agreement between multiple stakeholders, is the best chance of protecting a continued diversion into the future. It has also recently allowed securing over $9 million in grant funding for NERF engineering and local water resiliency studies, and allows for the diversion to continue for at least another 50 years after the PG&E license is terminated. As you are all well aware, our water supply is very vulnerable to naturally occurring conditions, such as drought and seismic events. I also remind everyone that for the foreseeable future, the flows through the Potter Valley Project will be dramatically reduced because of PG&E's inability to fill Lake Pillsbury to its capacity and because of an equipment failure at the powerhouse. For all of these reasons, it is up to us as a community to find solutions to improve our water security. The most viable solutions will include, among other things, infrastructure upgrades and new water storage facilities. That is what IWPC is focused on, and that is what we believe we are mandated to accomplish for our future. I urge the board to oppose this resolution because I firmly believe it will harm all of the work we have accomplished to date to protect this water supply. Thank you.
I get to follow Janet, which is no fun because I have a lot of respect for her. My name is Frank Lynch, and I represent the Lake Pillsbury Alliance, which was formed as a nonprofit to try to represent the communities around the lake basin, recreational users, businesses, ranches in the area. The lake is the hub of the Mendocino National Forest and is a major asset for firefighting throughout the whole region, impacting 5 counties. The Humboldt County Supervisors adopted a resolution that the dams should come out, stating that it was depriving access to their water. Tribal communities along the Eel have also said that the dams rob them of their water. The water emanates from Lake County, and they have been generally ignored throughout this entire process. The Two Basin Solution Original Committee, there was 30 members, 1 person from Lake County, and they were largely ignored throughout the process. Potter Valley Tribe has lands both on the Eel side and the Potter Valley side. I'm sure they care about their water. The Dry Creek Rancheria down the Russian River cares about their water, and it's their water. Diversions are a key part for water system for the whole area, and about 2% at its peak, about 2% of the Eel River water was diverted. Without the diversions and maintenance of our regional water system, Lake Mendocino is acknowledged to have a catastrophic danger of drying up. We have now a year-round gravitational water system that works, and to replace it with all the other infrastructure that would be necessary would cost billions of dollars. My family's been in this area. My great-great-grandmother is buried on the coast in the 1870s. We've had a place at Lake Pillsbury since 1947. I live in the Russian River Valley, so I'm concerned about my water. The lake benefits 600,000 downstream water users and is the headwaters for a regional water system that serves this whole area of California. We need to start thinking about all of our water, thinking collectively, not my water or their water, it's all of our water. And responsive to Supervisor Williams' comments, you have the power within this resolution to influence a FERC decision. PG&E is going to finish through the FERC process, but the FERC decision-making can be influenced, and this resolution helps to protect our regional system.
Through the chair, if I may, can I please get the speaker's name for the record?
Did you get that?
My name is Bree Clotter. I was appointed to the Redwood Valley Water District in 2020 by Carrie Brown, and have served for 5 years on the Water District this coming January. As a board member, my responsibilities include being an alternate on the Inland Water and Power Commission and the Eel Russian Project Authority. I also regularly attend the Flood Control District meetings. I've been closely following PG&E's decision to relinquish their license since 2021. During that time, I've attended too many meetings to count on the subject. Just about every single meeting has been open to the public, and the vast majority have been available via Zoom. Additionally, Mendocino Voice, Mendo Fever, and the Ukiah Journal have frequently covered the meetings as a public service. And now the Board of Supervisors is being asked to pass a resolution focusing on community opposition and concerns regarding the decommissioning of the Potter Valley project. The resolution requests that PG&E reevaluate their decision to decommission the project and further to account for the social and community impacts of the decommissioning. If only those who brought forth this resolution had bothered to take the time to be involved in the process over the past several years, they would know how hard it has been to negotiate to where we are now. During those negotiations, the folks on the Eel River watershed clearly stated their goal was to take the dams down and stop all diversions. They would have been quite happy to see negotiations between all parties fail. If IWPC and Sonoma Water had not been able to convince PG&E to allow the construction of the new Eel Russian facility at the same time as PG&E was taking the dams down, we would have been faced with the cessation of all diversions. Given that backdrop, is the water diversion agreement perfect? Absolutely not. Did we get continued year-round flows to the Russian River? No, but we were able to negotiate a deal that assured some water flows would continue into the Russian River watershed via the diversion. That was a win for us. Please don't torpedo IWPC's years-long effort to negotiate a path forward. Folks may think we haven't done enough to stop PG&E's decommissioning of the Scott and Van Arsdale dams. The reality is that the negotiations were long and hard-fought. Nobody got everything they wanted. So now I ask that the board focus on recognizing and supporting IWPCs, which led to the water diversion agreement between the Eel and Russian watersheds, while acknowledging community concerns and opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Whitney Sikora, and I'm speaking today as a local real estate agent and also the District 18 state representative for young farmers and ranchers. From a real estate perspective, I've spoken with attorneys from the California Association of Realtors who have told me that it is advised to disclose about the potential removal of Scotts Dam to any buyer purchasing property in the areas impacted. In just the past 8 months, I've personally had multiple transactions either fall through or stall due to concerns about Scotts Dam and its possible removal. This is an early indication of serious economic and social consequences that could be an impact on our community. If this becomes a mandatory disclosure to buyers, it will be detrimental to property owners and their property and will result in loss of real estate and tax income. My concern is that removing Scott's Dam would drive residents away from the area in search of more reliable water resources, ultimately leading to declining property values and weakening our local economy. From a farming perspective, the communities and livelihoods in this valley have relied on Scott's Dam and flows from the Eel and Russian River for over 100 years. My family has farmed here for many generations, and I hope to continue that legacy with my own children. Studies have predicted that even under the current two-basin proposal, Lake Mendocino will be dry 6 out of 10 years. If that happens, our local farmers and ranchers won't be able to sustain their operations or their way of life. As both a realtor and a state committee representative for young farmers and ranchers, I strongly oppose the decommissioning of Scott's Dam and urge you to do the same in order to protect our community, our economy, and our agricultural heritage. Your decision on Scott's Dam will stand as a pivotal moment in our community's history. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Board members. Sean White, City of Ukiah. I'm the city staff representative at the IWPC. I came here today to really help us all focus on why we're really here today. The proposed decommissioning of Scott Dam and Lake and Van Arsdale and the abandonment by PG&E is not, as I frequently heard framed in the community and here today, a fish before people issue. PG&E chose to abandon this project after looking at the books. PG&E was losing about $7 million a year on this facility, and over the term of its 30-year relicensing was looking at about a $400 million loss over that 30-year term. PG&E cares about a lot of things, but they care about good returns for their shareholders more than anything else. And that is why they have chosen to abandon this facility. Not about fish, not about people, it's about money and a loss of money. I agree with everybody so far that we need this water. Without this water, our community will be in bad shape. To get that water, we do not need the facilities we have currently. We just need facilities. The NERF is the future. That facility will be run by a local agency, diverting water to an enlarged Lake Mendocino, all of which will be controlled by this community, not by a for-profit entity that really doesn't care about our community as much as they care about making money. I've been in the water business a while. I'm about ready to be out of the water business. I'm going to retire soon. But one of the things I've learned during my tenure is that infrastructure has a lifespan, just like everything else. And the facilities we're all looking to save are really at the end of their service life. If it was my money, I would much rather invest in a new facility run by this community, controlled by this community, provide the water that we all know we need, but in a format that we can actually manage and control ourselves and not as a third person squeaky wheel in the side of a process we really cannot control. This community has a really strong record of going left when they should go right when looked at long-range water supply decisions. You don't have to look any farther than Lake Mendocino to see that track record. All of the people that we accuse of winning are on the other team. This might be a great opportunity to see what they're doing and follow along. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kyle Farmer, and I'm so grateful that life brought me to Potter Valley. It is an amazing place. There's no place like Potter. And one thing you realize the longer you're there is that this water is the foundation of the house. It's not the roof or the gutters, it's the foundation. And we are now going to have to begin the process of jacking that house up and re-pouring the foundation. And we need to start on that yesterday. NERF works if we raise Lake Pillsbury. If we raise Lake Mendocino, maybe we could raise Lake Pillsbury. That ship fast a little bit. But if we raise Lake Mendocino, NERF works for a lot of people. It doesn't work for me, but it works for enough of my community that it works for me because my kids go to school in Ukiah. And so as much as I love Potter Valley, the rest of Mendocino County and Sonoma County and the rest of this economy matter too. And we need to support NERF and we need to move forward. That being said, we also need, and that's what I think Madeline's trying to do here, we need greater acknowledgement that the revolution that's going to have to happen in Potter Valley is larger than what I think is currently legal. And when I say that because when I started understanding the risk to my family about this water, I started going to the Salmonid Restoration Federation conferences and the Coho confabs and started debating people. And they taught me a lot. And one thing I think that I taught them is that Potter Valley is a place that you can build more dams. Smaller dams, distributed dams, and we need to find a way to make it be legal in Potter Valley to build more dams. Because not only do we need that water for our agriculture, but our community that live in the more dense parts of Potter Valley need that for their own domestic water supply. And as a firefighter, we need that water to be able to fight fire. And that's going to take some sort of exemption, and I'm not a water lawyer, I don't fully understand it. But those are the kind of things that we need to start on now, because if you pay attention to this stuff and you let the algorithm show you your news, you realize that this kind of thing is happening all across the country. La Preel, Wyoming, I think, they just began decommissioning a dam for 100 irrigators, and they're now beginning the process of trying to build something in its place. Where I'm from originally in San Diego was on a lake called Lake Hodges. That dam was on its track to being replaced because there's enough wealthy users to afford it, and now that's derailed. So that thing is not going to currently being replaced. So this is something that we're facing all over the country, and we need to get started tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you to the speaker for bringing up the importance of the need for storage for Potter Valley. As currently scoped, the NERF proposal and the water that would come to us could be stored at Lake Mendocino, and that does not take care of Potter Valley. And part of this resolution is trying to get at the fact of, if we are in this situation, we need to work together to take care of everyone in our community. And no solution is complete without storage in Potter Valley.
Good morning. My name is Guinness McFadden. I live in Potter Valley. I'm a board member of the Irrigation District. I've been there for 35 years. I urge you to approve this well thought out motion. This is not a repudiation of what's been going on with IWPC and IRPA. What it is a request to take it easy, everybody. You've asked FERC, you've asked PG&E, you've asked the state of California in this motion to look at things more clearly and just see what's going on. Supervisor made mention that the community is finally starting to wake up to what's going on. And the community is lots of people who are here. Sort of ironically, I'm sure you may be aware, on the 5th of August, the city of Rio Del in Humboldt County sent a communication to FERC saying, whoa, wait a minute. If this dam comes down, what happens to our water? So we have even people now in Humboldt County concerning themselves with it. A lot of this has been going on because PG&E has been playing as every one of us in these so-called negotiations. The negotiations have been under closed door. When the water sharing agreement was passed finally in Santa Rosa, it was a Friday before a Tuesday meeting that the thing became public. These things are behind closed doors, and I think that's the death knell of it. And I think this motion is requesting everybody to just hold off. It doesn't go against or violate any agreement that has been made to date. It just says, let's get together and find out just exactly what is going on here. Somebody mentioned a movie, A River's Last Chance. I strongly recommend you all get a hold of that. It's available. Good luck on the vote today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is George Rao. I live in Potter Valley for over 50 years, and I'm a civil engineer. I did some work for the Potter Valley Irrigation District to try and decide what it would take for to create some some reservoir storage within the valley to replace the storage that comes from Lake Mendocino, from Lake Pillsbury right now. The cost, we came up with 18 different sites to establish their small reservoirs, which would provide a sufficient amount of water for the irrigation district. And the cost that I came up with based upon recent costs in Marin County for reservoirs is close to $500 million, 500 million. The demolition cost for Scotts Dam is around 500 million. We don't know what the cost of actually restoring Scotts Dam would be, but these are the kind of numbers we're looking at, and what this resolution asks is that you don't go applying everything to and without the unintended consequences being discovered. This is one of the key issues of this resolution. Is all we're asking for is let's take a look at the whole picture, and before these consequences hit us and we find out that we could have spent good money and saved the system, or we could have PG&E be responsible to create more reservoirs in Potter Valley. But we need to know what these facts are, and I think this resolution just asks that we get the facts. All of us appreciate the work IWPC has done. I know they spent hours and hours of work, and they've done the best they can do to this point. But there are unanswered questions, and this resolution just asks that we answer some of those questions. Thank you.
Mahim, Santa Monica Kanema, Nicole Anna, Round Valley K Anna. My name is Nicole Whipple, and I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Save California Salmon as a water protector and policy advocate. I'd just like to share with you that I'm here to oppose the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors proposed resolution regarding the Potter Valley project, and ask that the supervisors here to fully support the removal of this project, recognizing the needs of the constituents in the Eel River watershed impacted since its inception. I strongly encourage the board to acknowledge state laws and federal laws and guidance in protecting the underserved and disadvantaged tribal communities of this county. Disadvantaged communities, DACs, in California are defined in Water Code 79505.5. In SB 535, DeLone, Chapter 830, Statutes of 2012, Cal EPA designates tribal lands, disadvantaged lands, for consideration. RVIT, Round Valley Indian Tribes, is one of 10 federally recognized tribes in Mendocino County. We are the largest tribe in the county with a land base of approximately 30,000 acres and a tribal membership of roughly 6,500 members, making us one of the largest tribes in the entire state. Our tribal grant requirements include reporting of poverty levels and environmental assessments, where we have multiple years of documentation of poor water quality and health impacts to our community due to limited access to health care and law enforcement. RVIT and all the tribes in Mendocino County have been at a loss in the protection of our members, not only in the preservation of our health and welfare, but also the accountability of the county and state to uphold tribal trust responsibilities afforded to our communities. To advocate and address the multiple crises in our community, the county must be forthcoming in acknowledging the tribal communities and advocating for the most vulnerable. In FERC, how much time do I have? Sorry about that. What I'd like to share with you also is that, in 2020, AB 19 found that the state bears significant responsibility for the irreparable harm caused to the Yuki people and the Native American people of the state. That includes the Yuki people of the Round Valley Indian tribe. In Covelo Indian Community versus FERC, the court held, we are cautioned to follow the general rule that expresses to be in favor of the weak and defenseless people who are the wards of the nation. The community known today as the Round Valley Indian Tribes, by virtue of being located on the Round Valley Indian Reservation, have statutory fishing rights in the Eel River. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robin Leeler. I live in Willits. I was drawn to this meeting because I appreciated Madeline Klein's invitation to talk and include all the communities. And I would like to suggest that what I've read of the resolution itself seems to not involve any of the communities north of Potter Valley itself. That includes Willits, Laytonville, the Round Valley tribes, who are actually the legal water holders of the water rights to this water. And that needs to be, thank you. And thank you for your talk too. I urge you not to support this resolution. It's representative of a very tiny community. I want to point out some things about the resolution itself. At the end of the whereases, which are plenty, there's several misunderstandings. One is that without Lake Pillsbury, the Russian River communities can only receive water in high flow seasons. This isn't true. I listened to the entire meeting of the IRPA board, and they said straight out, this is perceived as a high water diversion. That's not exactly the case. And they proceeded to roll out very detailed plans for diverting water all 4 seasons, the maximum amount that they thought they could do with doing the least damage to the fish. Nobody's really considered the needs of the health of this river that supports an entire half the state, the 3rd largest river in California. I believe that's important. This isn't just about fish and salmon because we like salmon, but it's also because the whole entire ecosystem, where the salmon bring the nutrients from the ocean and replenish the health of our forests, our rivers, the whole ecosystem. I moved here in the 80s when we still had salmon in our rivers and our creeks. And I've seen them go down farther and farther and farther and I've also visited the Potter Valley Irrigation District and the dams that are to be removed. I've seen the water getting lower and lower in the Eel while Potter Valley is still irrigating, using flood irrigation for their orchards, watering overhead sprinklers even in a rainstorm. There's been a move in Potter Valley for a long time to use more than their share of water.
Good morning, Board. I'm Katie Delbar. I live in Potter Valley. My grandmother was born in Lake Pillsbury when it was called Gravelly Valley in 1906. Our family runs livestock in the valley. We have irrigated fields. I also sit on the school board, involved in a lot of different boards in Potter Valley. We also run cattle in the National Forest and run cattle on Rice Creek, Bear Creek, everything at the base of Snow Mountain. And I was just out there a couple of weeks ago gathering cattle. I have to say it's so short-sighted that we, as a board and as a community, can't look at two aligned ways to go. You can talk about the two-basin solution, and I don't understand at the same time why we also can't hear from the people and have our concerns addressed at the same time. Why do our concerns that we have and answers that as a community we need stop the other process? Are they that shallow that as soon as we say something that we have our concerns and we want to hear what those answers are, that they're going to throw up their hands, PG&E and Representative Huffman, and they're going to say, oh, no, now we're backing out? I would think they'd understand that the community needs answers at the same time that we move forward with what IWPC is doing. I support the resolution, and I support anybody right now who's concerned about fish to go look at Rice Creek. Go look at Bear Creek. Go look at the water that is supporting the lake. There is no water there, really. I ride all the way to the end of it on my horse. I can take anybody that wants to go. There's not enough there to support salmon. They talk about, you want honesty. You get above Pillsbury and most of those creeks are closed off. There's not miles and miles of tributary for those salmon to go. And quite frankly, in the summertime, I don't see that we're going to have water coming down the hill. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board, Matt Kendall, Sheriff. I wish that I was intelligent enough to be able to come up with a solution to this, but if I was, I probably wouldn't be the dumb Irish cop standing here before you. The important part, though, is I've reached the age where I try to pray more and swear less, and it's becoming a tall order in a state where they're telling us to turn loose criminals and lock up the underwear and shampoo. Well, I'm sorry, but we have gotten there. I don't know how to fix this issue, but I can tell you I can predict the future a little bit because after almost 40 years of being here at the Sheriff's Office, I can tell you what I've seen. I was very lucky as a young man that I spent a lot of time with my father. My brothers and I did. We went places with him and saw the things that he saw through his memories and what he told us. We called it slavery back then, but he was just being a good father as he took us to work with him. Places like Longvale. People don't remember that Longvale had a lot of industry at one point in time. There's one old house out there now that's fallen in. Dos Rios had a lot of industry. There was a store there. There was a post office. That is no longer there. Rockport. People don't remember that Rockport had a sawmill and people working. Hales Grove, Compshe. Dad worked in those places. There was industry. Piercy, Leggett, Branscombe. And now we're seeing Round Valley failing after the sawmill left. So I can predict a future that if we lose our farms, if we lose our people who are creating industry here in Mendocino County, what's next? Is it going to be Potter Valley? Is it going to be Hopland? Is it going to be Talmadge? What direction are we heading in here? And as I look at these things, I just see us going in the wrong direction for what's right for Mendocino County, and it has me seriously concerned. If we look at, let's try to make our voices heard, and Supervisor Williams, I absolutely agree with you. If we make too big of a fit, we could have a lose-lose, but I think that the people that we're dealing with want to see a win-win. I do. And when we look at what goes on in our rivers and in our industries, I know that logging has become probably one of the cleaner industries because of good stewards of the land who do a good job for us. I know that we can do a better job than what we have in the past, but let's all try to move forward and make our voices heard. We're living in a time where We should be having the people who are affected by the decisions be making these decisions, not Sacramento, not the folks who live in the ivory towers, the ones who have their hands in the dirt every single day. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Good morning, members of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. My name is Natalie Vow, and I am a lifelong Mendocino County resident, born and raised right here in this valley. My roots run deep in agriculture. My family has farmed and ranched here in this valley for 8 generations, and I plan to continue that tradition as my career and my way of life. I am here today to express my strong opposition to the removal of the Lake Pillsbury Dam. The dam and the water it provides are essential to the survival of agriculture in our county. Without this water source, farmers and ranchers will face devastating challenges that could put many out of business entirely. This isn't just about agriculture. It's about the livelihoods of the people who make Mendocino County what it is. Water is the heart of this valley. Removing the dam without a guaranteed, reliable alternative water source will have severe and lasting consequences. It will not only threaten the future of farming and ranching, but also the water security of residents and communities throughout the county. The solution must be either to keep the dam in place or to guarantee in writing and in infrastructure an alternative water source that provides at least the same amount of water, if not more. Anything less will result in widespread economic and environmental harm and could lead to a mass exit from our county as people lose the ability to sustain their homes, families, and businesses. Mo, I know you have a daughter around my age, and I know you have grandkids. I have a nephew and a new niece on the way. We are the next generation of the Mendocino County. This dam, or a dependable, guaranteed alternative that I spoke of, is vital for our future, for your daughter's future, and your grandkids' future. I want them and my own future family to grow up here, to know the same land, the same sense of community, and the same way of life we were blessed with. But without that, none of us have a future here. If this water is taken from us, those legacies and future generations cease to exist. Please consider what's at stake, not just for farmers, but the entire Mendocino County communities. Our way of life depends on a dependable water supply, and Lake Pillsbury is the cornerstone of that. Thank you for your time and listening to the voices of all who depend on this water for survival.
Good afternoon. I had written good morning, but now I need to change that. Thanks you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Dave Cobal. I'm here to offer comments in support of the two-basin solution that has been created through the dedicated work of the IWPC and our group of partners, all of whom have very diverse interests and that have come together in amazing compromise. And I echo Supervisor Williams' concerns with the resolution. I've been professionally employed as a wine grape grower in Mendocino County since 1994. I own a vineyard and a viticultural services company. I'm a trustee on the Flood Control District and an alternate commissioner on the IWPC. I have a lot of experience and involvement in farming in Mendocino County, as well as water-related issues and those agencies that regulate water use. My wife and I purchased property in 2010 and have spent 15 years building it. 2025 was the first year that money will go into our bank account instead of the property. When we made that investment in 2010, I knew that the Potter Valley project could be a future issue. But we also had what I thought were amazing water rights, which I now understand are virtually useless because they're dependent upon the Potter Valley project. Without the project, the flow that we rely on will be more variable in the future years, and there will be a lack of water. Consistent flow is already in jeopardy as PG&E makes temporary that become permanent flow changes annually, each lower than the last, so that they can decrease the amount of money lost operating the project. Faced with the decision to make that same property purchase today, depending only upon water in the river with no NERF or ERPA, I would not do it. And furthermore, I would not advise anybody to purchase property that only has Russian River water rights at this time. If NERF and ERPA are in place, and it is likely that efficiency, operations, and storage at Lake Mendocino are improved, then yes, I would make that investment again, because water would be consistent and reliable. Ag has massive capital investment needs. Average people such as my wife and I cannot make overly risky investments. And if water is not consistent and reliable, then an investment in ag, which is already in a risky venture, is not a smart move. This is what's really at stake, the primary economic driver of our county. Without reliable water, investment will not continue, and risky investments will not be able to weather the years of low water supply and will fail, which means that the economy of our county will fail. So for multiple reasons, there's only one realistic path forward at this point in time, and that is to construct the NERF and support ERPA and the IWPC. Any action which shows lack of support or lack of confidence in the coalition of environmental, tribal, regulatory, and water user interests that has come together in this amazing compromise threatens the ability of Russian River water users to secure a future of reliable, consistent water supply. And that threatens our economy and my family's livelihood. Thank you.
Chair Haschak, Board of Supervisors. I'm John Reardon. I live in unincorporated Ukiah, but my wife grew up on a family ranch in Potter Valley, raised our daughter there. I'm a trustee on the Russian River Flood Control District. I'm also, through that, on IWPC, Vice Chair. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this morning, this afternoon. You know, we've heard a lot of acronyms. IWPC, NERF, ERPA. I think it's important now to focus on the one that is NERF. And for people here who aren't familiar with that yet, that stands for the New Eel Russian Facility. And that would be a new diversion structure that would take the place of Van Arsdale. And that facility has the support of parties on both sides of the river. I think it has the unqualified support of everybody here, because that tunnel was built over 100 years ago. And PG&E, through all this process, has no obligation to hand over that tunnel. They have no obligation to maintain that tunnel. In fact, it's been a big headache for them. And I think that the course that we're on through IWPC is the best course to assure that we get a functioning facility, because it doesn't matter whether Scott Dam stands or comes down if we don't have a way to get that water through the tunnel. And you know, for those of you who haven't followed this process the whole time along, that has been the focus of IWPC, is to make sure that we can get water through the tunnel, because that is the without which nothing. And so I support my Supervisor Williams' desire to take the foot off the gas for a little bit and consider everything and not pass the resolution that has come ahead of you today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if there's more speakers, then please line up or make sure that we're moving this along quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name's George Hollister, and I appreciate this conversation we're having today. I think it's long overdue, needless to say. This conversation should have been taking place 20 years ago, and the board has been remiss in doing that. I want to recognize that, you know, we got a lot of really intelligent people giving good input here, and I realize that I don't want to put fault on PG&E for the decision making they're making, but I think we need to recognize that the political momentum on this, going back quite a ways, has been to remove those dams. And Mendocino County be damned. Or Eel River be undammed. That has been
the course, and that's what's driving this. It's not PG&E. Other decisions could have been made to intercede in the past, but nothing was done and no moves were taken in that direction. The two dams and diversion on the Eel were installed a little more than 100 years ago. Over decades after that, we witnessed huge salmon and steelhead runs on the Eel. Now, like everywhere in our coastal streams and rivers, salmon and steelhead populations are diminished. This suggests that there are other key factors affecting salmonid populations on the Eel other than dams and diversions. Taking out the dams and diversions will hurt hundreds of thousands of people and do next to nothing to improve salmonids. This resolution before the board today is a reasonable one, and I encourage all to support it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Delbar, and I am a sixth-generation rancher from Potter Valley. Thank you, board, for bringing this memorandum up, resolution up. I just want to state that I think this resolution is allowing us to put the horse back in front of the cart. Or it's allowing us to take a break and look at all of the questions that need to be answered before we go forward with any solution. And this resolution is going to allow us to ensure that we have water for both Eel River and Russian River communities. Yes, because with how things are looking right now, it does not. We probably will not. We have the Sites Reservoir over in Colusa County that has been started building in 1980s and still has not seen a single movement of dirt. We have Proposition 1 from 2013 or 2014 that has not seen any movement on it. And even now, more recently, we have Senate Bill 72 that has pushed more for water storage. And here we are talking about decreasing it. Sonoma County East Farm Bureau has done an economic review and saw that a 10% decrease in water will result in an $80 million economic loss for said county. We don't really even know what that will do for us. We need to ask these questions, and we need to pass this resolution so that we can. I see no reason why this cannot run in tandem with what IWPC's work. But we need to make sure that we have water storage before we start removing water storage. Thank you for your time.
Honored Board of Supervisors, my name is Rick Harrishoe. I live in Potter Valley. Unlike some of the people who talked today, I wasn't born here. I've only been in Mendocino County about 50 years. I started in Redwood Valley, at the north end of Redwood Valley, and my property was on the river. I watched it dry up every year. There's no dam there. I live in Potter Valley now. Well, obviously, I'm a Potter Valley fireman. Water security concerns me. That's the best way to put out a fire. So I also grow hay in Potter Valley, so I need water to farm. That's what we do. I'm concerned that my children or my grandchildren are going to have problems if we get rid of our water, so save our water. But really what I wanted to do is kind of give you some food for thought. As human beings, we strive to make our lives better. I mean, most of us. We try and make things better. That's what we've done for centuries. So here in Potter Valley, locally in Mendocino County, we've spent 100 years improving our infrastructure, making our life better. For us in Potter Valley, for people in Ukiah, and another 600,000 people downstream. We spent 100 years building up this infrastructure. It seems to me kind of, it doesn't make sense to take out infrastructure that we built up. We're trying to make ourselves better, our lives better, and now we're going to take out this stuff. What are we going to do with the people down below? people downstream of us? What about their lives? This whole, I've watched humanity coming north of the Bay Area for 50 years. And there's more and more people, and they don't come without water. Everybody needs water. A human being can only live about 3 or 4 days without water. That's it. Water is the necessary part of life. Anyway, I just wanted to give you that food for thought. Let's not tear down our infrastructure. Let's make more. Raise the dam. Raise Lake Mendocino. At least keep it. Thank you for listening to me.
Good morning, and my name is Randy Dorn. I've been here since 1974. Madeline, thanks for bringing this proposal forward, and Ted, I understand your concern. I feel personally that the greatest point of this forum is that the people of this county don't feel heard, and we want to feel heard. A number of years ago, I came before a previous board, and I was shocked to find that really it wasn't even on the mind of the board at all. And it was at that point that I was told to watch A River's Last Chance, and which I did, which was produced by Friends of the Eel and Cal Trout. And I believe it's false science, and I learned it from watching this movie, that the desire to restore the Eel River and the fish and the needs for Humboldt County as well as Mendocino County, that is bad science, that there's many, many other issues. It's very complex. And a lot of the situations we find ourselves in many situations, many years working as a general contractor, I would find that when I wanted to create a solution, basically I was told, well, we have a problem. And the problems are we create these problems because we create the laws. And then we have to obey the laws. And we can't find our ways out of these, such as homelessness, etc. And we have to find a solution to this. And I think it was stated a couple of speakers ago, the most important aspect of it is, well, I'm going to backtrack. I found when I originally got involved in trying to understand this, that there are people such as Janet Pauley and Inland Water and Power, and they are way more educated than I am, and they've been involved with this situation for a long time. And they've come with what's called a two-basin solution, which when I look at it, doesn't really seem like a solution to Mendocino County. We're already so poor. We need more infrastructure. We need to not make ourselves more poor. I joke, I say, we could look at Lake County, then we're rich. So we need to create new infrastructure. It needs to be created before and funded before we destroy the existing infrastructure. Nobody in their right mind would destroy their crummy well unless they had another source of water, such as Red Valley Water District, etc. We need to have one peg to the other. Without it, I'm afraid what's going to happen is we're not going to have the funding, or something else is going to happen. It's going to be another generation. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Candace Horsley, and I think we are all attempting to weigh the benefits and versus drawbacks of this resolution. And just in response to the last gentleman, that's exactly what IWPC is doing, is arranging to have new facilities put in at the same time the dams are brought down, so there will be continued diversion. It's going to happen at exactly the same time. So the drawbacks of removing Scott Dam are obvious, and most of us here don't want to see it happen. A large corporation has been dealing with all the maintenance, environmental impacts, governmental reporting, and financial losses, with all of us enjoying free water. It was a dream situation, but it's over, and PG&E is pulling out, and that's why IWPC and ERPA are planning to put in these new diversion facilities at the exact same time, and have worked for almost 3 years to come up with in an agreement with PG&E to allow them to let us do that, because they don't have to, but they are, and they've signed an agreement. I've worked with a lot of projects in this valley and have rarely seen a group like IWPC, with which the county is part of, that has had the foresight to plan ahead so quickly once PG&E announced their plans to decommission. Hiring skilled consultants with expertise in so many required areas of engineering, negotiations, planning, and working with the Corps of Engineers, this group has accomplished an unbelievable amount of work in a very short time. The group has met with myriads of state, federal, NGOs, and tribe representatives, and they have negotiated agreements to allow continued diversion and building these new diversions. So what really is the issue here? Madeline has stated it's to talk and to dialogue. If I say, let's do it, let's get more community meetings and get people out there to talk and to get input and to give them facts about, like the gentleman that felt that the dams were going to be torn down with nothing put in their place. They need to know what the facts are and what IWPC and ERPA have accomplished. So let's get it out there, and I agree 100% with that. I think the problem with this resolution may be that the partners may see it in the wrong way, and they may take it as a dismantling of progress by gross misunderstanding on their part. So I would suggest we don't approve the resolution, but arrange for meetings to meet your goals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will take 2 more comments, and then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Good afternoon. I'm Mari Roden. I'm the City of Ukiah's representative to IWPC, and I'm here to implore you not to oppose the decommissioning process with this resolution. If you do, you will jeopardize a tenable, legally solid, credible effort by IWPC and the alliance of which it is a part to secure a sustainable water supply for the upper Russian River watershed. While some may think the best path forward is to fight to keep Scott's Dam, the inconvenient truth is that nothing, not a county resolution, not a lawsuit, not even the feds, can dictate what PG&E can do with its property. IWPC takes no position on the maintenance of the dam because it is a moot point. PG&E has the right to dispense with its own property the way it chooses. That is why we are focused on our current path, the two-basin solution. The two-basin solution involves a bi-county alliance of disparate partners whose interests a few years ago were completely divergent. But with the encouragement and leadership from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we have come to an agreement that secures a water supply for the upper Russian River watershed for 50 years. With the signing of this agreement came a promise from the state for $9 million in financing for this diversion facility. This is an incredible sum, and it conveys the confidence that the state has in this current pathway. The agreement that we have for the water diversion is strong, but it's also delicate. It's strong because it acknowledges tribal water rights, environmental concerns on the Eel, and water security on the Russian River side. Every party's interests are addressed in this agreement. In particular, we listened to and heard about the Round Valley Indian tribe's deep spiritual and cultural connection to the land and especially to the river. This is why we have a commitment to contribute to the restoration of the Eel and why it's an important part of our water diversion agreement. Moreover, we understand that the water that runs down the Eel really does belong to the county's first occupants. At the same time, the tribes understand that a diversion regime that only operates during the rainy season requires additional storage on our side. And in a strong display of support for us and for the long-term health and longevity of the entire region, the Tribal Council Chair, the Round Valley Tribal Council Chair, Joe Parker, published an op-ed supporting the raising of Coyote Dam. This is a historically significant statement of partnership and a recognition of our shared interdependence. And it's what makes the two basic, oh no. As I said, the agreement is also delicate. Passing a
Okay.
resolution like the one before you will
Thank you.
undermine the trust that we've built.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and this will be the last speaker before the break.
Yes, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Stephen Elliott. I'm a resident of Potter Valley and a small business owner here in Ukiah. I've lived here for, since 1958. Everyone's forgetting that there will be no diversion through the new NERF project during the summer months when the Eel River will go dry without Lake Pillsbury storage. And it will go dry. I've worked with water for 40 years as superintendent with Potter Valley Irrigation. We know the system, and when you see water in Potter Valley and sprinklers going, it's because we're using stored water for that purpose. There's also water going down past Cape Horn Dam, and it's coming from storage this time of year. Absolutely from storage. So without that, there won't be any supplemental flows for the Eel River. They're going to see it. And I believe with this resolution, we can support the NERF portion of Cape Horn Dam removal by replacing it and still try to save Scott Dam in some form or fashion. And I believe the resolution, if you could maybe amend the first page, possibly whereas number 7 and number 9, and remove the words Cape Horn Dam, it would give it a lot more, it would be more palatable to FERC, because that's who we're really wanting to address. We're wanting to get them to instruct PG&E with mitigating measures on what they're going to do to protect the communities that are going to be affected. And in my opinion, Potter Valley should be first, because we're being left high and dry with nothing to replace it. So I support the resolution. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so you can be first when we come back. All right, so we will take a break until 12:50.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
(12:51). We are back in session. We will take 5 more comments. Excuse me. Okay.
The board is back in session.
Okay. So, no, we got to take a lunch. So, we will take 5 more comments, and then we will take a half an hour lunch break, and then so we're looking for the next commenter. Okay.
I'll try this again. My name is Erin Kyle. I'm a Potter Valley resident and a civil engineer.
Okay. Could we have quiet in the chambers, please?
Supervisor Williams, you want water
Yeah.
security and don't know the right answer to solve it. I agree. I don't know that this is the right answer. We don't know what the right answer is. I very much appreciate the work that IWPC has done to this point, but the solution moving forward is disastrous to the residents and landowners of Potter Valley and not good for anyone downstream of Potter Valley. I don't think this resolution precludes their work. Maybe it is the solution, but we don't know. There are still way too many unanswered questions, including timing of creation of new storage and demolition of existing storage and restoration. I listened to the PG&E online presentation say that if someone came forward that was willing and able to take over the project, that it was not a done deal. FERC can allow PG&E to get out, but also require that the dam and infrastructure be left in place. It's been done other places. This resolution shows the County of Mendocino is supportive of their residents and keeping the options open for the final solution for water security. We can all agree that PG&E wants out, but what the final solution that it really is the best fit has not been determined and needs further discussion. This resolution allows the conversation to continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi again, Supervisors, Estelle Clifton. I wanted to bring up this topic of that we're in a delicate place. I feel like there's a lot of consensus around keeping water security and keeping the communities downstream whole. I don't get that we can't bring up our concerns or we jeopardize losing our position. I think that seems very manipulative of the proponents of bringing down the dam. I think that we need to see security and those options tied to this project. We have to have Coyote Dam raised, more off-stream storage and storage built both for Potter Valley and other parts of the Russian River. And in addition, the state Water Resources Control Board has so many appropriative rights to rework into storage that are currently diversion rights. And all these things have to happen together. I'm thankful for the position that Inland Water and Power has put us in, and I'm thankful for this conversation, but I don't feel that by bringing up these valid concerns around the lack of funding for carrying forward NERF and for carrying forward these storage needs, it should be seen as an affront. I also, I'm not totally confident that having, like, say, the Bureau of Reclamation run the dam is the cost savings or alternative that is superior. But the new systems have to be tied in with this decommissioning, or where does this position us? So just wanted to bring up those concerns again, raising Coyote Valley Dam, building storage, getting funding for that, as well as creating the diversion, right, at the NERF facility. And that piece too with the water right holders and having, those of us that have worked in water rights know that it takes forever to do anything in water rights, and this would have to move quickly. This would have to be a commitment from the state to take these direct diversion rights to storage rights. Simple enough. It should, we're looking at a high flow diversion and meeting all these needs, and it seems like there's a lot of consensus, and except for our side of the hill does not have guaranteed funds or a real solid plan other than, the framework in place. So that it leaves us very vulnerable and remains a concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Todd. I'm a multi-generation farmer in Potter Valley, in the valley itself, and also on the Eel River side of the valley, which Potter Valley includes both of those. Why was Scott Dam built? What does Scott Dam do? It stores water in the wintertime, water that would just run down to the ocean. As a landowner on the Eel River side, my concern is that with Scott Dam gone, there will be very little water in the Eel River right now. There's very little inflow into Scott Dam, and the only water that's going to come down that river is from the streams, mostly which are dried up. I'm not sure Humboldt County realizes that they're going to have less water in the summer and fall without Scott Dam than they do currently. As a farmer in Potter Valley, all of Potter Valley agriculture was built and designed around a diversion. I'm I grow grapes, I grow pears, we have pasture, and without the irrigation, the two-basin solution is designed to put water through the river or through the mountain into Lake or Coyote Dam, into Lake Mendocino. That does nothing for Potter Valley. A wintertime diversion does nothing for Potter Valley. We're just a conduit for water that goes down, and it helps all of our downstream neighbors, Ukiah, and people south of us. Potter Valley, as someone mentioned earlier, there's ideas of, could we build storage in Potter Valley? Well, only, as someone else mentioned, if the regulations change. Fish and Game, State Water Resources Board, if they change the rules, oh, then we could build storage. I could build storage on my property. We could build storage for the community. But what are the chances of Fish and Game changing their mind or State Water Resources Control Board changing their mind? Slim to none. And is that decision going to come after the dams are gone? They say, well, we thought about it, decided it wasn't a good idea, so no, we're not, you're just screwed, for lack of my poor language. There are so many people in Potter Valley whose domestic wells will go dry without summertime irrigation in Potter Valley. We've had pear orchards that have been removed around us that used to be flood irrigated. My mom's well went dry. We had another well go dry. I drilled a 100-foot well in Potter Valley where one of the wells went dry. I got a gallon a minute. The valley itself depends on the water. And I would hate to see Lake Pillsbury go away. I'd love to see it stay. If it goes away, NERF is probably our best option, but it still does absolutely nothing for Potter Valley. It is not a two-basin solution that helps or takes into account the needs of Potter Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa McNerlin, a Ukiah resident. This resolution doesn't really have the teeth to derail any project or progress being made by IWPC or any other groups. What I like about it is that it sends a message to the federal government that our community is getting completely screwed and we need their help. I don't know if keeping the dam is the answer, but I do know an entire community is dependent upon Scott Dam water. Because PG&E is losing money on that dam, does that absolve them from all responsibility to this community? Can they decimate an entire community with no responsibility at all? I don't see how that's possible. I think there's got to be some responsibility. And this resolution, what I like about it, it simply says, we're still holding you accountable for what you're doing to us. And let's find answers together. It was mentioned here that this resolution doesn't mention Lake County, Del Norte County, Humboldt County. Those counties can pass their own resolutions. I want each of you to represent your constituents. They can take care of themselves and pass their own. Sure, we can work together with them, but when it comes to our resolution, it should say Mendocino County, and that's it. That shouldn't even be a consideration. Second of all, I heard it mentioned here that California is so generously giving $9 million towards some project. Let me remind you that California has a $300 billion budget. $9 million is chump change. $9 million couldn't build this hallway. And I think we can all agree on that. So we are not getting help from the state of California here financially at all. And somebody needs to be held accountable. Also, I just want to bring it to your attention that there are people who came up here and spoke today that are anti-dam, anti-diversion. How do you give a community water with no diversion, no dam, anywhere, ever? So I would like to see this resolution passed. I would like a message to go to the federal government that we are at least keeping an eye on this. We want their help, and we still want PG&E to be held responsible for the damage they're doing. I don't think it derails anything else that you have going on. I think two things can happen at once. And I just want you to listen to the people of your community. And I don't want my home value to go to nothing and have to pick up and move to Texas like my daughter. Okay? I'd like to live here, and I'd like to have some grandchildren here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. My name is Phil Williams. I serve as Special Water Counsel for the City of Ukiah. I've been practicing water law for about 12 years and been involved in the largest water projects in the state, raising Shasta Dam, reoperating San Luis Reservoir, the combined operations of the Central Valley and state water projects. I know a couple things about complex water projects. Forgive me for my puffery. I offer my comments in support of a two-basin solution and the water diversion agreement. First of all, let me draw a real clear distinction. Public involvement and comment and engagement like this is entirely healthy and appropriate. In fact, it's what IWPC requested through Ms. Pauley's letter 5 weeks ago. We asked for a workshop. That's not what we got. What we got was this resolution. The substance thereof, I can attest to, occupied the significant time of many, many people involved in this project over the past 5 days who are severely concerned about its language. Mr. Williams' resolution, which I might observe as a fine piece of literature, solves that. Thank you, sir. You've heard from others about the agreements we've reached with RVIT and Sonoma Water. This is a path toward a peaceful, durable water solution, folks. This is an actual path. The path of this resolution, the language in that resolution, is the path of conflict. Having made the promises and commitments we have, the question becomes, how are we going to manage the water that we are able to divert in a post-PVP world? Scott and Cape Horn dams are artifacts, folks. They don't function anymore. They are dead functionally, operationally, financially, and legally. I take no pleasure in making that observation, but it is a fact. They are failing. They will come down, or they will be regulated out of existence. And if we insist on keeping them up in direct contradiction to the promises we have made to our partners, listen to the words coming out of my mouth. We will spend the rest of our lives, our children will spend the rest of their lives fighting for every single drop of decreasingly reliable water. There are some in this community who will make a fortune off that environment. Lawyers will assert specious legal claims trying to defend that process. They will lose and drive away in brand new Porsches. That is what will happen. Finally, there is an answer to the storage issue, and it is raising Lake Mendocino. That is a real path that some of us are working very hard on. And Kyle, we're not going to leave you and your children behind. Like, we're just not going to. Okay, so this idea that Potter Valley, ma'am, is excluded from a Coyote Valley dam raise is patently false and not part of the vision at all. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you. So that was the 5 comments. Let's see. We will hold on. We said we were going to go to a lunch break. Are you the last?
Can I?
So, are there any other speakers? Is this the last speaker in the chambers? Okay, you'll be the last speaker.
Great, thanks. I won't belabor it because I know I'm hungry too. My name is Cliff Pollen. I'm the legal counsel for the Potter Valley Irrigation District, and I was asked to speak on behalf of the Irrigation District today by our Board of Supervisors, whom you've heard some of them here today, and you've also heard from some of our customers here today. PVID does have a responsibility to provide water for the customers of Potter Valley. We do that through both a contractual right that we have with PG&E and through appropriative rights that we have out of the Russian River that allow us to provide water through our irrigation system. That being said, PG&E is not a water delivery company. We are the only user that pays for any of the water that comes through currently. Most of the beneficiaries are the recipients of abandoned water and are able to receive it at no cost currently. We do still receive it at a very low cost compared to most water users throughout the rest of the state of California, and we're very grateful and benefit greatly from that. And we recognize that the increased cost that will result as a result of the NERF project will have an impact on our customers. And we hear from them and we try to respond to them every day, and we recognize the reality that it's there. That being said, the increased cost of water from a new facility is very different than the actual on-the-ground cost of no water that could happen if we were unable to receive diversions in the future through the NERF project. PVID, as part of IWPC, has been involved in a conversation for a very long time. IWPC was created with the foresight that there may be a day in which PG&E abandons this project and someone else would have to take it over. And IWPC was part of a group that actively tried to purchase the project from PG&E and was unsuccessful in being able to do that. And now we have to deal with the on-the-ground reality that PG&E does have the authority and the agency to remove these facilities if they so choose, and the IWPC path forward to trying to secure the water rights into the future is essential. And I will also say that, yes, storage is the other very critical component of all of this. And raising Lake Mendocino is very important for many of the users and could potentially provide benefits for Potter Valley. And there is an ongoing process through the Jacobs Group to study groundwater and other on-the-ground storage capacity in Potter Valley currently, which I will acknowledge, as some of the speakers have, is an expensive proposition. And we would need to be working not just Potter Valley Irrigation District, but collectively on a county-wide and a regional-wide basis to fund both that and other infrastructure. But IWPC is actively involved in looking at how to address the storage needs, as well as the legal and political needs of how do we continue to bring water through. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you eat well.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further comments in the chamber, are there any online?
Yes, first we have Glenn.
How many comments online do we have?
Currently there are 5 people with their hand raised. 6 people with their hand raised.
Okay, let's go forward with those.
Glenn, I can see that you're unmuted, but I don't see your microphone moving.
Can you hear me okay?
Okay, there we go.
Very good. My name is Glenn Spain. I'm here representing the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. For those who do not know, that is the largest organization of commercial fishing families, many of them salmon fishing families in the West Coast, including Fort Bragg. I want to address a couple of things here. One is the concept of unintended consequences. Yes, there are unintended consequences, but one of the unintended consequences of the Potter Valley project is the loss of our entire Eel River fishery. That fishery was once the 4th largest fishery in the salmon fishery in the U.S., continental U.S. It supported some 1,500 jobs or more up and down the coast, including in Fort Bragg. And the loss of that fishery because of the blockage of the Potter Valley, more than 288 stream miles of blockage, plus the water diversions that created the system, had the unintended consequence of nearly extinguishing one of the largest salmon runs in the West Coast. That has cost our industry more than $80 million a year, every year since those dams were built, basically, in today's dollars. That is not a fish versus people issue. Fish feed people. Fish create jobs for people. Fish pay our boats and mortgages. Fish in the Fort Bragg area are an important part of the industry of the county. But that industry is virtually gone, and the main cause of that is the Potter Valley project. That is one of the things that we are working hard to avoid here, is to try to bring those back. And it is not a fish versus people issue. It's people versus people and industry versus industry issue. We have a net zero-sum game. Now, to be realistic about what's going on, the Potter Valley project is coming out. It really is at the end of its life. It's an engineered project, and it's at the end of its lifespan. It generates no electricity. It costs its ratepayers, PG&E's ratepayers have to pay for it, $7 million a year. It can't be reoperated. The Scott Dam is seismically unstable, which is why it is drawn down now, and the risk of failure is immense. The best option is to adapt to change. There are many ways of doing that, but denial of reality is not an option.
Okay, thank you.
Next we have Sarah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Sarah Bates. I fish commercially out of San Francisco. Salmon is my main fishery, and I've been fortunate enough to support my family for many years in this fishery. And I know San Francisco is a long way from Mendocino County, but our fish travel, and we travel with them during the summer salmon season. And because fish have tails, different fish from different rivers mix in the ocean. And because of the mathematical modeling used to manage our harvest, when fish stocks from the Eel River are depressed, we can't go fishing on the Mendocino coast. And when those fish stocks are very, very depressed, as they are now, we can't go fishing on most of the California coast. These impacts extend all the way into Oregon and definitely to San Francisco. In June of 2014, I left San Francisco for a salmon trip on what looked like a 2-day weather window. I thought I'd be home in time to water my tomatoes. But our small group of boats came around Point Reyes, and we kept moving north, catching handfuls of Chinook salmon. The weather was coming, so we all ended up in Fort Bragg for nearly 6 weeks of good fishing off the Mendocino coast. It was one of the most beautiful times of my life, actually. We were catching Klamath fish, we were catching Sacramento fish, and we were catching Eel River fish. We landed that fish in Fort Bragg. Half of my season that year went over the dock at Ocean Fresh in Kaido. We were side-tied 4 deep in the Noyo River. We bought fuel from Eel River Fuel. We bought ice. We bought hamburgers and beer. We bought groceries. We used the laundromat. We hung out at the Tip Top. We went to the Roadhouse in Casper. We bought parts and fishing gear at Tommy's Marine. I, by myself, spent thousands of dollars in the Mendocino economy, and there were dozens more out-of-town boats just like me. And the reason I'm telling this story is because the decline of commercial and recreational fishing is a major direct impact to the economies of coastal communities like Fort Bragg, Albion, and Point Arena. Removal of the Scott and Cape Horn dams, the restoration of the Eel River will have huge and far-reaching economic benefit to California fisheries and coastal communities in Mendocino. My experience in Fort Bragg was a mere shadow of the fisheries that used to flourish there. My boat was built in Fort Bragg. The previous owner tells me stories of how he almost sank that boat multiple times. It was so full of fish. In 2014, 1 million pounds of salmon were landed in Fort Bragg, $5 million in 2014. But the Eel River used to boast 800,000 returning adults every year. The potential of these fisheries, commercial and recreational, is huge. We know that fish will come back when a river is restored. Last week, Chinook salmon reached the headwaters of the Upper Klamath just a year after dams were restored. If we act now, a conservative fishery could bring 4 million pounds of salmon into Mendocino County every year. That is not an exaggeration to say that it's tens of millions of dollars every year and thousands of fishing jobs. These dams are coming out. Let's be realistic. There is no power generated since 2021, and they are seismically unstable. And this creates an opportunity for both river restoration and investment in new facilities. So thank you for following through on this difficult but established process with IWPC and the water diversion agreements on the NERF. Thank you for your time.
Next we have Adina.
Good afternoon, board. The current resolution may negatively impact tribal water supply by advocating continued diversions from the Eel River to the Russian River without addressing tribal water rights or ecological restoration. By urging the preservation of Scott and Cape Horn dams and supporting the new Eel Russian facility, the resolution prioritizes water reliability for downstream communities while overlooking the cultural and environmental needs of tribes who depend on Eel River flows. The absence of tribal consultation and the potential harm to salmon populations central to tribal lifeways highlights a significant gap in equity and ecological justice within the resolution's framework. The Winters Doctrine is a foundational legal principle in federal Indian law that guarantees tribes sufficient water to fulfill the purposes of their reservations. In the context of the resolution opposing the decommissioning of the Potter Valley project, the Winters Doctrine underscores a critical tension. While the county advocates for continued diversions from the Eel River to support downstream communities, tribes with federally reserved rights to Eel River water may be entitled to flows that predate and supersede these diversions. So I would ask for that language to be addressed and the water allocations for the tribes to be addressed, because to my knowledge, nobody knows right now. All tribes were not equally included at the table and have been filing motions to intervene at the federal level. From the tribal members I've spoken with, they were entirely unaware of the dam decommissioning altogether, and that includes Round Valley tribal members. Congressman Jared Huffman lied regarding tribal inclusion. They were not included, and I can assure you that because I am the leading civil rights activist for Sonoma County. Raising the Coyote Valley Dam will also kill the salmon, so I don't understand the hypocrisy if allegedly we're removing the Potter Valley Dam to save the salmon and have a clear fish passageway, because that's complete hypocrisy. As you consider the future of the Potter Valley project and its impact on regional water supply, I urge you to adopt an equitable and inclusive approach that fully acknowledges the rights and needs of all communities, especially tribal nations whose cultural, ecological, and all their ecological lifeways are deeply tied to the Eel River. So please make sure that language is included. Thank you. God bless you.
Next, we have Adam.
Good afternoon, Chair Hashak, fellow supervisors, county staff, Adam Gaskin, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. While we are disappointed that the decommissioning process continues to move forward, we recognize that the need for some level of diversion from the Eel River to the Russian River must continue if the dams are removed. We appreciate the efforts of all the agency stakeholders that have come together as Inland Water and Power Commission to represent Mendocino County interest in Russian River water supplies, initially by trying to assume ownership of the Potter Valley project, and now by partnering with Sonoma Water and the Round Valley Indian tribes through the Eel Russian Project Authority. We acknowledge that the process has been long, arduous, and we appreciate those efforts. We have a lot of concerns. How will our water supplies be maintained and protected going into the future? Will we be able to make changes in water rights to adjust to a new flow regime? How will we afford all these upgrades and changes? Proposed infrastructure projects such as NERF, the modernization of Coyote Dam to increase its storage capacity, expansion of on-farm water storage, and a reservoir in Potter Valley, to name a few, will require substantial financial investment that our community simply can't afford. The change in flow regime will have direct impacts on water right holders, which will require significant changes in the water right system to adapt. Taken in aggregate, these efforts will require a Herculean lift for our small communities that make up our county. We look to our elected leaders to bring us together to focus our efforts in the times ahead. We look to you advocating for us at the state and federal level of government to secure financial support and regulatory relief in this process. PG&E must be held accountable. We are afraid that in the rush to abandon the Potter Valley project, potential impacts will not be fully analyzed, depriving us of the information we need to prepare and act accordingly. The loss of water supply and changes in flow regime would be devastating unless the new proposed infrastructure improvements and regulatory changes happen before or coincide with removal of the Potter Valley project. If decommissioning continues, it must be conditioned to only be allowed when the infrastructure upgrades and storage facilities are firmly in place or far enough along in the process that they are guaranteed. Thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion, and thank you for all that you do.
Next is Michael. Michael, you need to unmute your mic to be able to be heard.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This resolution provides a voice for the County of Mendocino and the citizens that live here and are impacted by this decision by PG&E to decommission the Potter Valley project and simply walk away. Let's not fool ourselves. This is no true two-basin solution. What we have is a proposal that was developed from a rigged process that blocked out those most impacted. It was a process that had its solution determined before the first meeting even occurred. There have been a few speakers today that have dismissed the impact of the loss of water to the Potter Valley community and those on the Russian River, including the city of Ukiah. Now, I spent 12 years on your board and on the IWPC. I worked on these issues and fondly remember the strongest advocate from the city of Ukiah for a continued diversion was being Phil Baldwin. Who would have thunk? But you know what? Phil got it. He knew that the loss of water through the PVP would be detrimental to the city. Wow, how city politics have changed. The Board of Supervisors is charged with protecting the health and welfare of the citizens of this county. You have a terrible budget deficit and can't even fund your departments at the level they need to provide services to the people. If we lose our water supply, the economic lifeblood of our region, the economic destruction to the county will be exacerbated. Passing this resolution will not result in PG&E walking away from an alternative. Let's be real. And frankly, if CalTrout is considered a partner, then you are being fooled. There is not a single whereas in this proposed resolution that is factually incorrect. Not one. Supervisor Williams appears to have concerns about one sentence that requests PG&E to reconsider its decision. Fine, delete that sentence. What the rest of the resolution calls for is a full analysis of the economic impact of decommissioning. It also calls for a guarantee that water will continue to be provided through the existing process until the alternative infrastructure is in place. That is not a guarantee now, despite the claims of a few here today. You have a responsibility to protect the health and welfare of this county. Until we know what those impacts are and we have a secure water supply in place before the dams are destroyed, then you are not fulfilling your responsibility. Thank you, Supervisors Klein and Norville, for bringing this forward, and I encourage the rest of you, especially Supervisor Mulhern, to support your constituencies and the health of our county. Thank you.
Okay. So we have 3 more online comments. Okay? And if other online comments come up, we'll take a break.
Next we have Jamie Neary.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Neary, and I serve as the Policy Director and Staff Attorney for Russian River Keeper. We are an environmental advocacy organization dedicated to safeguarding the health and well-being of the Russian River watershed. And with that in mind, I'd really like to emphasize the need today for those in the Russian River watershed and within our larger communities to be focusing our energies and prioritizing the implementation and planning for putting in proactive measures to ensure the long-term health of our river and communities. We're not just dealing with PG&E's private business decision to remove the dams on the Eel River, but a world of increasing climate extremes that have been negatively impacting available water supply within our watershed. And it's only going to get worse. Every time we go back to the issue of dam removal itself, we're diverting attention away from this pressing need and risking and jeopardizing potential and the absolutely necessary funding for these projects to start getting off the ground. The best time to start building our own long-term resilience in the face of these changes and on our terms is now, not when it's too late because we're stuck in the middle of another 5-year drought and harms are more likely to be compounded. And not that there is any one single solution for us to start going after or trying to improve our overall resiliency. There's going to be a wide range of tools and solutions that we need to start looking at and getting off the ground, from increased on-site storage to potentially looking at raising Coyote Valley Dam, and also increasing our real-time understanding of our water resources as a whole. We really must collectively put our energies into moving these issues forward, not detracting from these immediate needs. Lastly, the eel is dealing with the same climate impacts we are, as we have seen with the use of annual variances, and the proposed NERF facility acts to help address some of that variability, but actually providing users in the Upper Russian a more secure and reliable water supply. But to fully avail of that benefit and to actually ensure that we are able to use that water to our advantage, we need to work within our own basin to ensure that we can put that water to use. Right now, there isn't necessarily a place for that water to go so that we can actually get that full benefit and increase that overall reliability and security. These are the critical issues that demand the intention of our limited resources and energies right now, not the revisiting of dam removal itself. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today.
Next, we have Charlie.
Good afternoon. Charlie Schneider, Senior Project Manager for California Trout. First, I just want to apologize for not being there in person. I know many of you have been under the weather this week. I thought I'd spare you my germs. And I'll keep my comments brief because I know we're trying to head to lunch. I've also been asked to speak for our partners at Trout Unlimited who couldn't be there today. Our two groups believe this resolution sends a mixed message regarding the best path forward and damages the goodwill that we've been working to develop with partners across the region to support the NERF facility. CalTrout and TU have worked with IWPC, Sonoma Water, Round Valley Indian Tribes, Humboldt County, and many other partners for nearly a decade on this project. And I just want to make clear that we are steadfast in our commitments that we have made to support water supply needs in the Russian River. We mean what we say, and we're committed to working with those in the region to develop a reliable water supply. As part of our work with IWPC and Sonoma Water and others, we've long believed in a basic principle that we're stronger when we work together. This is a complex problem. Many speakers today have talked about how the solutions will be expensive. Ultimately, PG&E has made the decision to go down this path, and many speakers have alluded to the fact that this is a private business decision, and PG&E is more than likely going to remove their dams, and in short order. So time is short. We need everyone rowing in the same direction or we risk failure, and we understand the consequences. I would ask that the county unequivocally support the NERF facility as the best path forward, and those in the community as well. We're all going to need to work together to get this done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is someone named Save California Salmon.
Hello, my name is Regina Chicazola. I am here with Save California Salmon, although I am actually speaking about personal experiences. I'm just using my work computer also. First I want to say is I have been a long-term resident of the Klamath River who's now living in coastal Humboldt County for the high school. As you know, rural areas need to do that. People in rural areas need to do that often. But I just wanted to bring in some things that I learned from dam removal on the Klamath River as a resident of Siskiyou County and Humboldt County and the Klamath River. And also just to inject a little bit of reality of the situation where in the Klamath River, our dams created a pretty good amount of power, and they still came out. Like when a company decides to take dams out, they're going to come out. And in this situation, you know, there is no water right on the other side of the basin. And so if you aren't willing to work with PG&E and all the different people involved, there could be a loss of that diversion completely. And so I just think it's good to think about that because we do need a good path forward. I also wanted to say that, you know, the Eel River does go through Mendocino County, and Mendocino County also has many fishermen that live there. And I think it's important to think about the people in the Eel River haven't been able to have water in the summer. They've had to deal with toxic algae. They've had to deal with water shortages too. And it is time to look at restoration on the Eel River side. And so that's why I think it's good that people are looking at this two-basin solution. And wanted to say I don't think this resolution is helpful. I also wanted to say one of the things we saw in Siskiyou County is that because the county would not try to figure out what the benefits of dam removal could be and how to have good protections for water supply and to make sure the jobs stayed local, they really missed out on a lot of benefits that ended up going to Oregon. And it was really a big bummer for those of us who live in the county and have dealt with how the economics in the county are. There are a lot of equipment operators, there are a lot of people who could have been working on dam removal, but the county not playing nice and not getting involved meant that people didn't know about their opportunities. And so I just want to say the dams are coming down. It could be really great for the Eel River. The two basin solution can make sure the Russian River is protected as part of it. And Mendocino County getting ahead of it and working with the tribes and fishermen and everyone involved could lead to a lot of jobs and a lot of concessions from PG&E. And I really think that you should be looking at paths forward rather than adding into controversy, because in the end, it is a business decision for PG&E, but it could be a local decision that could help everyone for Mendocino County. Thank you.
Okay, this is the last one.
We have Andy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I live in Humboldt side, so I have perhaps a bias towards getting the dams out anyway, because I like to fish and hunt there. But so far, the California Division of Dam Safety and the FERC Dam Safety and Inspection staff have concurred with PG&E's assessment that the USGS observation of the seismic risk produced by the Bartlett Springs fault under the Lake Pillsbury is real. This means that the raising of the gates above the Scott Dam wall is not a good idea and is not likely to happen. This means that PG&E is not likely to replace its PVP transformer and bill us ratepayers to cover these costs. So PG&E has made a conservative business decision to cut its losses and leave. And even the President of the United States cannot change that reality and is not likely to once all the facts are put on the table. So the best thing we can do is cooperate as best we can to make sure that everybody's needs are covered within the limits of this water system to produce over time. How in the world can you have had 800,000 spawners coming into the eel without dams before they were built? Even if you cut that number in half to 400,000 spawners coming in, the water that needed to be there for these fish to get in and out and do their thing to reproduce is real. They had to have a lot of water. Now, where'd that water come from? In my mind, what happened that we overlook now, and our history has gone faded in the past, was what happened was beavers were extirpated. They were producing smaller dams that allowed the water to spread out. We had a lot more opportunities for coho to spend their part of their life cycle in the upper reaches and spawn and reproduce, and plenty in the main stem for the Chinook and steelhead. So we have to restore that fishery. We have to work together to get dams out and beaver dams and other places to store water. We need to get rid of the pot water diversions and some of the rich vineyards that are making a lot of money and exporting all that water in the form of grapes to the world market. And so that has to stop. We have to follow the model that the Klamath dams out and salmon back in model is showing us. It's a really good idea to copy their lead and follow it right to the point where they're going to have a lot more fish coming in there and water. I don't know what else we can do. So unless you have a better idea, that's all I got to say right now.
Okay, thank you. All right. So one more. Okay. Let's do one more and then we'll break for lunch if there's more.
Our last speaker
Otherwise,
is
we'll go back to the board.
Our last speaker is Debbie.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I wasn't going to speak, but after listening to everyone, I did want to just add a few thoughts. Seems like everyone that is anti-resolution has an obvious special interest. Big time fishery and hatchery people, not even necessarily from our region. Also, I'm not so sure, but it seemed like the grape growers were going to get special attention in Potter Valley in part of this diversion. And I just wonder if there was any conflict of interest for those that have voted on this within their special groups. I also want to ask if we have looked into the Proposition 1 money and if there is any available to Potter Valley. I'm requesting, and it may already be there, but I never saw it, was an EIR, if it's posted online, and were we all adequately noticed for the people? They should have been sending notices to everyone in the community that was affected. Also, the $9 million that was talked about, that can't be much more than for a study. That money would have nothing to do with building diversion or keeping the dam as it is. And also, lastly, I believe that the Federal Regulation Energy Commission has the final word on this. And where are we at with that? So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that's it for public comment.
Seeing no further comments online.
All right, very good. So, would the board like to discuss this now? Yeah, okay, back to the board. And I want to thank the public for showing up and for all your comments, and it's been a great conversation so far. Thank you for your respect and consideration. Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'll kick off our conversation again. I think I'm hearing a common goal from our comments today. We need water security. We need water storage. I'm really proud of the conversation that we've had, and it's a conversation that needs to continue. This can't be the end of it. I understand the concerns regarding our partners, and I know I meant no harm or disrespect in drafting this language. I was trying to be as balanced as possible and bringing forward and respecting the work and the negotiations that have taken place while still honoring what our constituents would like to see happen. At the end of the day, it's our job to represent our constituents and their needs, what they need at the end of the day. We did not ask for this to happen. This isn't exactly what we want, right? We can be honest about that. The intention of this is to hold PG&E accountable. We need additional storage before changing our current infrastructure. And ultimately, I hope this unites us together to further find solutions for our county.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I think that was pretty well said, and I still support the resolution. There's been a lot of concern about the work that the IWPC has done, and I think the board supports that as well. Do I personally think that the dams are not going to come down? No. I think that's a very slim chance that that happens, but I think this resolution supports the fact that not everybody in our county supports that, and that at the same time we support the alternative of the NERF. And I just don't buy into the fact that this resolution, speaking for Mendocino County, is going to derail all the work that's been done. Again, if it's that fragile, I don't know that we ever really stood a chance to get it anyway. I think there's been a lot of work that's gone into that. It's super appreciative. Is it the best answer? Probably not, but it's better than no water. So I support all of that work, but I'm going to take this opportunity to support what I see as a majority of the people of Mendocino County, and certainly Potter Valley, and support this resolution.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so the concern I have remains, we care about water to Potter Valley, and there's a problem, and everyone who spoke to it is right. There's a serious problem. But FERC is looking at the scope of hydroelectric licensing, decommissioning. They're not looking at community impact assessments or broad water supply. And so I'm worried that we have a resolution that's targeting the wrong agency. It's like you have a park that's not being maintained and you send a resolution to the U.S. Coast Guard asking why don't you get on the park. It's so out of scope. And holding PG&E accountable. PG&E doesn't have a duty to maintain water supply. So I agree on the problem, but I want a realistic solution. I feel like we're giving the people false hope that we're taking some action that's going to potentially provide water. I don't think this resolution gets us any closer to water. In fact, it may burn bridges with the very members of coalition that we need on our side if we want to make progress. So if you think that's fragile and that we don't have it anyway, I'm not so sure. I think it's fragile, and IWPC is trying to hold on to what they have, a coalition that they've spent significant time and energy trying to build. You notice, you have Ukiah in the room. What's Ukiah saying? They're saying that this is a dangerous direction, that it risks water supply. I think we need to listen seriously to their wisdom. They've been intimately involved in this process.
Hey, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate everyone that came today to speak and hope that you will attend other meetings such as the Inland Water Power Commission, the Potter Valley Irrigation District, and the Eel River Russian River Authority meetings so that you can be informed about the work that has been done to secure the water resource, recognizing that we don't have funding locally to keep Scott Dam in place. I want to be direct about how this agenda item that we are seeing today with this I want to be direct about how this agenda item started. What we're seeing today with this resolution isn't about practical water policy. This is about trying to turn a local issue into a partisan national political fight. And that is not what this board should be doing. I believe that we are here today because there are people claiming that the Trump administration is going to come in and save the Potter Valley project. That is based on comments by Carrie Vaugh of Mendocino Matters to the Board of Supervisors on September 9th. I do not think that is realistic. A federal administration that can't stay focused for more than half a minute isn't going to stay focused to fix a century-old water system in rural Northern California. That's fantasy politics, and it detracts from the serious work that our community is already doing. I want to be very clear about what has happened over the last 5 days and be direct that the county of Mendocino is at risk for losing its seat in important conversations that are happening around the diversion because of this agenda item. The real progress is happening through the Inland Water Power Commission and the Eel River Russian Project Authority. Those groups, along with the Round Valley tribes, have negotiated a balanced approach that keeps water flowing into the Russian River while honoring tribal sovereignty and environmental protections. That's hard work, it's not catchy headlines, and that's where our seat at the table is. I hope that PG&E continues to recognize the importance of that work, that they hold the key to whether this transition goes smoothly, and they need to stay engaged with the Eel River Project Authority and what our regional partners to make sure that this community isn't left dry when the project changes hands. I encourage everyone to participate in the public process with FERC and the State Water Resource Control Board as it relates to the new project, to let them know your concerns about the economic and environmental impacts and the inability to quickly move forward with creating more water storage, which Potter Valley and the surrounding communities desperately need. Instead of feeding into national talking points or picking fights with Sacramento and Washington, we should stay focused on what matters, securing our local water supply, planning for future storage, and keeping our word to the people who live here. We should be leading and not following partisan noise. That's how we protect our water future, and that's how we make sure this county stays focused on facts and science and not fear and fiction. This agenda item didn't provide any information about the water diversion, and I think it's very critical that the public understand the work that is being done to secure our water future. I've been the alternate for IWPC as a former city council member and as a board of supervisor while this work has been going on. And I know that IWPC has an ad hoc that is working on getting more information about the Potter Valley project decommissioning and the new Eel River Project Authority to the public. And I hope that when that comes out, the county and its board members will help share that information and that the public will be able to get an education on the diversion agreement that is offering an alternate resolution that is supporting us and has been the goal of IWPC for over a decade. I support Supervisor Williams' attempt at offering an alternate resolution that acknowledges the community concerns about the decommissioning of the Potter Valley project and calls on PG&E to account for and address those social and community impacts while also supporting the work that has been done by the Inland Water Power Commission and the Eel River Project Authority.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Mulherin. So, let's see. I'll just make a statement before you, Supervisor Williams. This is a good conversation. I'm glad you brought it up for conversation. It's, there's a lot of concerns out there for, fire danger, for property values, for farming, the stability of a water supply. all of those things are real concerns and need to be dealt with. I think that the alliance of stakeholders that we're involved in, the IWPC, the ERPA, they're looking into those things, and you know, the plan is to provide this diversion. And I think that through this ERPA, and it's the only way we're going to get this diversion continued. If we oppose the dam removal, it's like spitting into the wind or whatever, and we're not going to get anywhere with it because it's a PG&E decision that's beyond the scope of this board or the IWPC or ERPA. So the only way forward that we have is to work with those entities, and through those entities to create more storage, to create the diversion plan, and to make sure that, you know, we have reliable, sustainable water supply for the Russian River, but also, you know, meet the concerns of the Eel River. You know, one thing that really struck me is if we were to oppose the decommissioning of the dam at this point, which is not the position of the board at all, and it hasn't been for many years, and we've been part of the IWPC. This year we're contributing $85,000 to it. You know, our position has been, you know, let's work together with these alliances. Let's not get into these lengthy lawsuits which would dry up the water supply, dry up the diversion, and limit any kind of path forward for us. So I appreciate the words of Supervisor Mulherin. I appreciate the work on this resolution, but I also think that Supervisor Williams' resolution is a more positive approach to getting what I think we're all looking for. And it's recognizing and recommitting the Board of Supervisors to the work of the IWPC and the ERPA. And so I would support that alternative resolution. Supervisor Williams.
Move the alternate resolution.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, question. How can our board vote on a resolution that was attached basically the morning of our meeting, where I didn't even know about it being attached to my own agenda item until 20 minutes before the agenda item is brought up? We've had a 10-minute break to go to the bathroom, so I haven't even had the time to read this, let alone the community probably hasn't had the time to read and weigh in on that resolution. So I feel it's completely inappropriate for us to be voting on this right now. Maybe there are some merits to that resolution, but it is completely wrong for us to vote on it right now.
Okay, Supervisor, excuse me, and Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so I agree with Supervisor Klein on that. I mean, if that resolution wants to come forward at another meeting, I'm happy to consider it. And I would simply request that the maker of the motion withdraw his motion and allow a motion for the resolution that was attached to the agenda.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, board rules, I call the question.
I haven't even read this agenda.
Okay.
I literally can't even have 15
hold
minutes.
Excuse me. What we will do is we will take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 2:01, and hopefully you can read that in the meantime. Okay? And then we'll vote on the motion on the table. Okay? So right now we're on break until 2:01.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Everyone, sorry about the delay. So we have an issue with the new resolution being different in text from the original resolution. And so we do have a motion, we had a second, and I think that it looks like we have a majority in support of that resolution, but the question was called. We haven't dealt with that yet. What we're going to do is, through, to be totally transparent and everything, we're going to put this on the consent calendar for approval at the next meeting. Okay? So what that means, that's when the vote will be taken on this issue. And if you have interest, you can come. Just remember that, consent calendar items, if they're pulled off the consent calendar at the beginning of the meeting, it won't be dealt with until the very end of the meeting, and the next meeting it's going to be a long day. So that's how we're going to deal with this issue. Okay?
Chair, excuse me,
Yes.
Charlotte Scott, County Council. I think because we had a motion pending and a call to question, I think it would be a need for the supervisors to pull their vote back if they're in agreement with that. I think the solution proposed is a reasonable solution in terms of ensuring that the public sees the proposed resolution. I know it was uploaded this morning. I don't know that it was provided to members that are here in public, that came here in public early this morning. So I appreciate and understand the suggested solution to that issue, but I do think we need one of the supervisors to initiate that.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
Okay.
Chair?
Okay.
Would you entertain an alternate motion to reject the resolution and place the alternate resolution on the consent calendar of the next meeting?
Second.
Okay. And moved and seconded. All right, any further comment?
Not a further comment.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I have concerns about the new language not being inclusive of all of our communities and their storage needs. I have concerns that this resolution will disenfranchise members of our community and further cause divide within our community over this issue instead of uniting us.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so a little bit of process concern here. I understand that you can be first to make a motion, and then that's the motion that gets discussed. The original motion seemed to have support. It had a first and a second, but legally, I don't think it could go through as per the council. So I don't understand. I'm having a hard time understanding what the fear is with allowing a motion in support of the resolution and taking a vote. To jump ahead of that by putting your pen up first and making a motion against the resolution, although it may be legal, I don't understand it. I think we need the opportunity to make a motion on the recommended action and take the vote. And if it's a no vote, it's a no vote. I don't understand what the urgency is to shoot the resolution down without giving either two supervisors who may be in support of it the opportunity. And if that's the way it's going to be, that's the way it's going to be, and we'll all live with it. But again, I would ask the maker of the motion to retract and allow for a vote in support of the resolution.
Okay, so I don't think it's a question of legality. It's a question of good governance at this point about how do we provide open discussion for this and this resolution that people might not have been aware of before the meeting or during the discussion that we had. So that's where we're coming from. I think that Supervisor Williams, from my understanding, made the motion to reject the original resolution and then to bring the other one back at the next meeting on the consent calendar. So it seems like that's the vote that you're asking for, right?
Yeah, question to County Council. The question of legality, the fact that it wasn't printed and put it out for the public to read, could we legally take action today on that?
Charlotte Scott County Council. It does occur that when an agenda item is posted, there can be revisions, there can be things uploaded, like proposed revisions to the item. However, it is better practice to make that then readily available to the members who are present in the room. And so that's why I would recommend that we not move forward with the resolution, the alternate resolution today. However, there has been occasions where you bring up the revised, red line of the original resolution and you go through line by line. We have done that for agreement revisions. We've done it for resolutions. The concern I have is that I think that this new resolution is significantly different. It doesn't appear to be minor red lines. It does appear to be a new resolution. So my recommendation is, given that it hasn't been printed and put out front for the public to read who are here, a large number of the public, that your options are to proceed on a vote on the original resolution, or as moved to direct staff to put it forward, to bring it forward at the next meeting via consent.
So it seems like we have a motion on the table to reject the original resolution and to bring the alternate resolution forward on the consent calendar on November 4th. Okay, we have a second for that. All right, seeing no further comments from the board, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisor Norville and Supervisor Klein dissenting.
All right. Okay, so moving on to item 4C. 4C is the Board of Supervisors will go into recess for item 4C and will convene as the Board of Directors of the Air Quality Management District, the Mendocino County, excuse me. Okay. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors does not receive any additional compensation or stipend for acting as a board of the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. Okay, so we're on to 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including appointment of and approval of employment agreement between the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors and Glenn Stevens to serve as the Mendocino County Air Pollution Control Officer in the amount of $140,691.20 per year, with a total annual compensation of $239,175.04, which includes salary and benefits commencing on October 26th, 2025. All right. And I'll look to CEO Antle.
I thank you, Chair. I look forward to your approval of this contract. We've been in need of an air pollution control officer for a couple of years now, so I'm really excited that we found an excellent candidate. Thank you.
Right. And is Glenn Stevens online?
Not to my knowledge. Oh, he is good.
What's that? Oh, well, we certainly appreciate Glenn Stevens coming up and interviewing with us, and look forward to
Can you hear me now?
his service. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, I've been here. How you doing?
All right, great. And you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Looking forward to serving the community and moving to the area.
Very good. I think we're all very impressed with your amount of expertise, experience in air quality control issues, and look forward to another career in Mendocino County.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Is there any public comment about this issue? 4C. Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right. So I need a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we will vote by the button. All right.
The motion carries unanimously.
Very good, and thank you, Mr. Stevens. We look forward to working with you. All right, moving on to item 4D, discussion and, we will now, the directors will now recess as the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. We're on to item 4D, which is discussion and possible action to 1, introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 18.04 of the Mendocino County Code and adopting by reference with local amendments, selected provisions, chapters, and appendices of Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations, 2025, editions of the California Building Standards Code, and adopting local findings, and 2, to set the date of November 18, 2025 for a notice public hearing to consider adoption of the proposed ordinance. All right, we will look to Director Krog.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. With me today, I have Richard Angley, our Chief Building Official, and Matthew Kudrowski, Deputy County Counsel. And I'm going to turn it over to our building official to give the presentation. Thank you.
Richard Angley, Chief Building Official. What we're doing is bringing forward the triennial adoption of the building codes. So it'll be the 2025 edition that we're adopting. We're not adding any new modifications to the building codes, only carrying forward previous modifications and appendices that we've adopted. I think it's also important to point out that AB 130 has been adopted by the state, which prohibits us from making additional modifications to the building code in regards to residential occupancies for the next 6 years. So we are allowed to carry forward previous changes that we've had. We just can't make any new ones unless they were previously approved by October 1st of this year. So if you have any questions for me, I'm available.
Seeing none from the board, we'll go to public comment. Okay, seeing no public comment in the chambers. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board. We'll look for a motion.
Move approval.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
To the chair and the board, just to clarify, that was a motion for moving approval of the recommended motion, correct?
That's correct. Doesn't get much easier than that, does it?
All right. Very good. Moving on to item 4H, which is the Chief Executive Officer's report.
So in need of lunch, Chair, I'll keep this short. I have wanted to share some information about the shutdown and what we're hearing. So from the USDA Food and Nutrition Services, correspondence to date October 1 of 2025, the SNAP program has funding available for benefits and operations through the month of October. However, the current lapse in appropriation continues. There will be insufficient funds to pay full November SNAP benefits for approximately 42 million individuals across the nation. That equates to over 16,000 participants in Mendocino County, over 10,000 households, and $3.11 million per month that won't be going out come November should the shutdown continue. Also, we know there are current delays in our OES grants, and that is the Emergency Management Performance Grant, and that's to the tune right now of $52,000. And also in our Homeland Security Grant that the Sheriff's Office depends on for ballistics and other items, and that's at $52,000. So I just wanted to share those. We've been asked a couple of different times on the current impacts, and we are starting to feel them. Thank you. With that, I'll leave it to the written report for the rest.
Okay,
If you have
thank
any
you.
questions.
Any comments from the board? Seeing none, any public comment? None in the chamber? Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, very good. Accept that report. We will move on to item 4J, which is Supervisors Reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Okay, we'll go to Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So I've been working with code enforcement, planning and building, environmental health, and RCS, and concerned neighbors and the sheriff to address a nuisance property in the 4th. I have, of course, worked with Supervisor Klein on today's Potter Valley Dam reso. I attended over the weekend the Piercy Fall Festival. It's a local fundraiser. They're going to use the funds to improve their community center, which they have been doing in hopes of it becoming a community EOC. I attended the weekly GRI meeting and have been for 2 years. GRI is a local grassroots institute. Supervisor Williams and I got an update on a few items from planning and building. And then I've been also working with the city of Fort Bragg to get on board with the whippet ban at the request of Dr. Miller. And then lastly, McCavin House is still collecting used needles. If you find needles, please call McCavin House at 707-462-1932 or call Joe Ditto directly, 707-727-0402.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I attended the opioid summit with the New Life Clinic and Pinoleville Tribe, and it was called Generosity. They focused a lot on harm reduction and in the ways that culture can contribute to recovery. I also attended the new Ukiah Courthouse, Mendocino County's courthouse in Ukiah, the topping out ceremony, which is a celebration of the, essentially the workers' safety. They put that building, the shell of that building together technically in 9 days with a 315-foot crane with no injuries, which is just incredible. And I did make sure the project manager had the BOS website to make sure that all Board of Supervisors are invited to any kind of ceremonies or functions. They're using a firm called Pencil Phelps, and they're really great. They've been very involved in the community. They've been doing the chili cook-off. They've been really trying to engage the community and participating in the building of the new courthouse. So it was nice to see it up a little bit closer. If you drive by on Perkins Street, you'll see it. But it looks smaller than I thought it was going to be, but that's not up to me. And of course, I also attended the BHAB meeting. Some seats do expire at the end of the year, so right now I'm so proud, so happy that we have supervisors that have appointed people, and that board is functioning really well. So we'll just want to make sure that we have people that are willing to engage collaboratively to work on that board moving forward. I also attended a webinar about homeless encampments and the best way to move forward with disbandments, and continue to meet with Kim Turner from the courts to talk about what possible transitions will look like.
Supervisor Williams.
Supervisor Mulhern, was that seminar recorded by any chance? The homeless encampment?
I believe that it was, and I could try to find a link.
Thank you. Working with the chair on what we can do for Covelo Fire in coordination with fire coordinator. I think we have a budget ad hoc meetings scheduled. CEO, can you remind us when? Because I know the chair will ask me. Monday. Met with Supervisor Norvell and planning to look at some streamlining. And all I'm thinking about is lunch right now.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I want to thank Supervisor Norvell for working with me on the Potter Valley project item and showing our community that this is not just an inland issue. This is an issue for our entire county. The Redwood Valley MAC has continued their work on the community action plan, and Planning and Building has reviewed that. So we're looking at a conversation about their cap at the Planning Commission and then being brought forward to the Board of Supervisors. The community is very happy about that. Hopland MAC and Hopland PUD meetings, there's a lot of unrest about the rate increases that are going to be happening or likely to be happening down in Hopland and their connection to the Caltrans project that requires them to move their utility lines. After the governor vetoed our legislation, there's just a lot of concern from the Hopland community right now about how they're going to be able to afford this project. And I attended a North Coast Resource Partnership meeting last week in Wairika.
Hey, and I too attended the North Coast Resource Partnership meeting in Wairika, which is a long ways away from here. And there's good presentations on all the projects going on in the 7-county area that North Coast Resource Partnership represents, along with the 36 tribes, I think. And so very interesting work, and certainly there's some projects in Mendocino County that are benefiting from that funding source. The MSERA had a meeting, and we selected a new manager for our real estate portfolio, one part of it, and which is $30 million more or less. And so it's just interesting to see what these portfolio managers look at and how they get the best return for real estate. And it's so I don't know, it's just different Wall Street kind of mentality, and we're looking at trying to provide housing in Mendocino County for people who are unhoused or affordable housing, and it's not what some of those people are looking at. So anyway, that's my report. Let's see, Supervisor Klein?
Chair.
Yes.
Okay. I neglected to mention that Supervisor Norvell and I put forward a report on our ad hoc committee around the City of Ukiah proposed annexation. I hope everyone had an opportunity to read that and can open up for questions.
Thank you. I did have my pen up because I do have a question. Thank you, first of all, for putting in writing it. That's great. I think that my concern was it seemed as though the county is kind of sitting back and waiting for the city to provide information. That concerns me because I spent 2.5 years on an ad hoc with Supervisor Jurdy, and at that time we identified potential savings for the county, not only in roads, but in the sheriff's department and other areas. I think that I understand that they're trying to adjust the boundaries or whatever's happening with that, but I think it's, important for the county to do its due diligence in preparation for figuring out what our savings really are. And I'm not sure that the City of Ukiah can tell us how many hours our county roads department is going to save by not doing brush and painting. And, there's so many details that the county needs to be paying attention to, our rural housing assessments. I highlighted 2 very important developments that the county has not been able to get through, that we are losing property tax because we don't have those developments through. And unfortunately, you can't really quantify, I think, the opportunities for doctors and teachers and other professionals to have enough housing in our community. But I think that's also important for the county to really be evaluating through this process. So I just would, I'm, you know, obviously I'm not in charge of the ad hoc, but I would really encourage us to take a good look at our own resources and what we'll be saving through an annexation.
Yeah, I fully agree. Thank you for pointing it out that we need to do our own analysis. At this point in time, the city has given us zero indication of what size of annexation. And so I actually think it is not appropriate for us to spend time trying to guess what they're going to do and then analyze the effects. If we had an indication that they were going to come back with a similar scope of annexation, I think we could do some of that work right now, but we're pretty in the dark in terms of what they're actually going to do in terms of their annexation. And I feel very confident that Supervisor Norvell and I will be very, what's the word, willing to do that work and have those conversations. And the direction that was given to staff by my agenda item in May asking for fiscal and operational analysis of the annexation still stands. So when we have that updated scope, I think that will be the time for those conversations to take place.
Thank you. I did think about that after I read your report, and you know, again, in my mind, if they do come back with a smaller scope, there will be no harm done in doing the work for a larger scope, because maybe we want them to do a larger scope. I mean, we already have some public information out there about what the sphere of influence is, and I just think that again, it's really important that we do our due diligence to see actually does this benefit us or not, because sitting back and waiting doesn't really seem I don't know, I guess prudent, because if they come back with something smaller and it would behoove us to have something larger, we would want to have those negotiations.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, I don't think the ad hoc is by any means, or staff either, sitting back and waiting. We've been very communicative with the city, asking questions of the stakeholders that are communicating with the city, and there's very little information being shared at this point in time. And I would really urge the city of Ukiah to be partners with us to put something forward and not just bring it forward without consultation with the county.
All right. With that, at 2:39, we will adjourn the meeting.